Hello everyone, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Oh, I'm gonna have to show my desktop. Like so. Lovely to see you guys. Let me check that everything is working properly. Starting with, let's have, there we go, some Elder Scrolls music in the background. Huh, okay, that's good. Let's see what you're doing. All right, we should be fine. We should be fine. Welcome on in. Lovely to see you. Kalinta, you were the very first. Hello, welcome back. I have seen Lucifer, who might be back already. We'll see. Anyway, welcome on in. Lovely to see you. And Lucifer, I think it was the Lucifer Rising. You're gonna have to be lenient with me today. It's really hot again. I've turned off my computer the last 2 hours to say, okay, do not heat up the room. But the truth is, it's hot. It's already pretty hot. Even though we've closed everything, yeah, it's hot. Anyway, so my brain is already melting, so don't be surprised if I say some very, very stupid things. It's the heat talking. This is a bit too bright, actually. That should be okay. Chato, welcome back. Lovely to see you again. Skink, you were too late, but that's okay. Still happy that you made it here. And I believe Voig, I've seen Voig as well. Lovely to see you. And Prof. and 7th Monday that appeared while I was looking at the chat. What I'm building, I know this is loud in my ears. There we go. What I'm building, actually, we're gonna be making some very light quests, essentially. I don't want to get into... I don't know why that happened, but it did. And I'm glad I caught it as well. I saw it happen. Lovely. Except I'd like to know why it happened. It probably happened for a reason, but I'm not seeing anything in the way of follows or something like that. If there was a follow and I failed to notice it, my apologies. I just saw the little ah, really? Did you do explode, Chato? It's like I know I know my chatbot so well. Manafe, welcome back. Lovely to see you. And Probakis, hello, welcome on in. It wasn't you. Okay, I have no idea why I did that. But hey, it happened. It was pretty. What we're doing. All right, let me tell you. It is your birthday. That is it. Like, if it is your birthday, then happy birthday. Yay for getting older. No, that's not it. Yay for getting wiser. That's the one. I need to remind myself every time. I hope you're enjoying your birthday and you're getting wiser. That was you following Probakis. Thank you so much for the follow. Why didn't I get any sort of message about it? Anyway, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're gonna have a good time looking at the construction set. And I realized the construction set is so unpleasant to look at. I wish we could just adjust the font. Really, and that's all I want. So that I see what I'm doing, and you guys, it's even a little smaller, I realize, but hopefully we're not going to be all the time in the construction set, so you know, there's that. We will also be in Rymash. Where did you go, Rymash? You're there. We'll see. I know, the construction set is such a nightmare, and when you're doing quests, it's even worse. You're here, you can't make that bigger, so it's small. The font is tiny. Yeah. And then of course if you make a mistake, like you put a number 1 instead of a number 2 or whatever tiny error you can make, you can't, like, I don't see it. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. Anyway, I've seen Mark Snyder on YouTube. Welcome on in, Mark. Lovely to have you there. You hate getting older, but the alternative is worse, probably. Yeah, like getting younger, you know, can only go on for so long. It's like, maybe when you hit 90, it feels like a better alternative to start getting younger again, but Yeah, now let's just go with the flow and the process and enjoy getting older as it happens. Lowercase j is horrible in the construction set, looks the same as I. There are so many things. It's just unbearable in the construction set. Like yeah. The space also, it's really hard to tell the spaces between things. So when you have, where in the result there, you're writing choice, space, open quote, your choice, close, space, one, space, open quote. Like that's where I got stuck. I made a mistake, and then when I tried the game, the mod, it didn't work. And I went back and I was like, ugh, damn it. I had two spaces and I couldn't see it. But anyhow, let me catch up with you guys. You're 36. 36 is cool. I'm gonna be 46, which is cooler. But I'm not gonna let anyone tell me otherwise. Right, you've asked me what we're doing today. You might be familiar with my Friends and Foes mod. If not, shame on you. Go away. Stay, please stay. I was joking. It's a bad joke. Don't go away. Friends and Foes. Oh. I'll get round to them. I promise. I promise. Now, Friends and Foes. You're not even going to. Thank you. It's funny, you see how there's an update for my mod and I haven't downloaded my update. Typical. Anyway, Friends and Foes, to make a long story short, is actually a merge. Like, I merged most of it, not everything. It's a merge of Starfire's NPC edition, which I've always liked. That was my go-to NPC edition mod. MCA, there were features in MCA that I did not like, and so I didn't put them there, logically. But then there's a lot of things that I did like, so I took the bits that I enjoyed, and then my own Outlaws that only added bandits, which also Outlaws already included CM partners at the time. So that's actually 4 mods: Outlaws, CM partners, Morrowind Comes Alive, and Starfire's NPC edition. So in that game, you're gonna have lots of aggressive NPCs and then lots of just NPC being there, called Frens. We're gonna go with that. Originally, when I had this mod coming out, there's how many versions now? Quite a few. Originally, I had the companions from CM partners and MCA in the main mod. And then there were a lot of complaints. People didn't like the companions, which, you know, foxed. I foxed the Arminger. Of course I did. It would be funnier if, you know, it was I wanted to write fix the typo and I typed fox the typo. That would have been even funnier. But anyway, getting distracted there. So when people originally, what I should have done, I should have said, you know what, the companions are there, sure. You don't want companions, they're just like any NPC standing there, they're decoration. And I should have left it at that. But I didn't. I was like, okay, all right. I'm gonna put the companions in a separate plugin so that they are optional. That was actually quite a lot of work because I had to separate from the main plugin all the scripts that went with companions, all the races and the body parts and the quest and the dialogues and the journal entries and the globals. It took a while to just separate it properly, but it would still rely on Friends and Foes. So even if I had left something in Friends and Foes, it would be fine. And then because it was an add-on, I was like, you know what? First of all, I want to improve the companions that we are. There's almost 200 NPC companions, and some of them, like all of them, have a little journal with their background. And this is a merge, essentially. CM partners, there's about 100 companions there, and they, more than 100 I think, they all had a journal that says, and then a note, really, a note that you could read, and it would be sort of note, like a private journal that they would write and that you would be reading. And then MCA companions, they had the background topic, and most of them had a little background. Fright lol, welcome on in. And so what I did, those MCA companions that had a background topic, I moved that to the journal. But I wanted to improve quite a lot of things. The result of that is, for now, Friends and Friends. They are friends there because they are a number of pet creatures that you can find. These AACM, they actually were from CM partners, and then I added more. I don't remember which ones I added, to be honest. And I renamed some of them as well. I don't remember which one I added. Probably the one with a capital M. Not sure. Anyway, I added more so there would be more creatures available. And then this is new. It's actually taken from a really old mod where you would have an NPC with a pet next to them, and you could buy the pet from them. And I really like that. So this is that. And I realized something. Not all of my pets have a sound. So let's go ahead and fix that right now. Because that's something that I did in the beginning when I was modding. Hey Tansy, sorry, I'm in my explanations right now. I promise I'll be a little more careful with the chat. Promise. If not, scream, shout, real loud. I wish I could hear you talking, guys. That'd be nice. Anyway, what I was going to say, sound gen creature is something when you create a creature. This one is a Steam Centurion, so I didn't have to create the models, the animations, or anything for it. But what is it gonna be called? What is the name? For the Steam Centurion. Essentially, when you make a clone, when you make a different version of a creature, what is the name? It's gonna be Dwemer Centurion. Yes, there it is. Dwarven. It's okay. I can feel my brain melting. It's just that. Steam Centurion, there we go. Centurion Steam is what I want. Thank you. So as I was trying to say, but I kept interrupting myself, with the creature, the original creature here, this one, doesn't have a sound attached to it because it's the original creature and it already has the sound to it. But then if you make a copy of it, you need to say, hey, this is going to have the same sound as the Steam Centurion. And you see, I didn't do all of that. This is a Centurion spider, which I saw it was right there. If you forget to do that, it's not going to break your mod, it's not going to crash your game, but if you don't put a creature sound there, it's going to use the very first one by default, which is the alit. So what happens is your whatever creature is going to make the same sound as an alit. And the first time I did that, it was quite funny because I had added fish. I had created a large, it was one of my first house mod attempt. And the magic room was really important, and so there was the corner for alchemy, the corner for enchanting, and I had built this big water feature. I wish I had, you know, screenshots or even the original ESP, but it was a big water feature with a pond around, and I put fish in it, not slaughterfish, pretty bluefish I think it was. And when I was in there, I would hear the moaning and groaning of the alit, and I couldn't figure out for the life of me, what was that sound? Like, what was happening? It was my fish that sounded like Alex. This is another Centurion sphere. So I'm glad I caught that. I would have noticed it maybe eventually. Not entirely sure, to be honest. Because I would have to find that pet and then run around with it a bit longer. Chances are I wouldn't have noticed for a long time. Okay, every creature now has a sound that, you know, makes sense for that creature. Done. All right, let me catch up with you. Tansy, you will scream and be loud. Excellent, thank you. You're also melting from how hot it is. I should be reading for my exam tomorrow, but I guess I need a break. It's just so hard to think when your brain is melting and sweating through your pores. That's, honestly, it's been worse. I'm feeling not as bad here, but it's just so hard to concentrate. I have my little spray of water when it gets too hot. And yes, it means the makeup might go blah, and you might discover my face, like, I don't have that much makeup. It's it would be quite scary. Can you imagine? Somebody spraying their face with water and gradually their whole face is just falling down. That would be a great scene for a horror movie. Maybe I should write a horror movie scenario. That might be really good. Anyway, Tansy, good luck for the exam. It's really hard to study, especially when you're feeling uncomfortable because you're hot, because you're cold, because you're tired, because you're stressed, whatever the reason. It just adds to the difficulty. Do you know any mod that adds additional Sothersil creature as a modder resource? I don't know. The best... I want to say let's see, and I'm thinking about Almalexia. There we go. Lamb Shark. This is actually Lamb Shark. He's done Almalexia, Spriggan, Azura, Vivek. He has not done Sothersil. I don't know if he has any plan of doing that. That would be good. Actually, though, no. There's a thing. Sothersil is not even a creature. Like, you know how Vivek, Almalexia, and Azura are actually creatures. Gods or princes are just creatures. Like a scrib, like a scamp, like Quama Forager, which is quite funny. The most powerful creatures are, or beings are actually creatures. But Sothersil is not even that. He's an activator. It's like he's a thing with a script attached to it. Is it called Sothersil or something? I'm not seeing Sothersil, so maybe... there he is. So he's a creature. Sorry, he's not even a creature. He's like a nothing, like a bed, like a trapped rug, like a banner in the town. That's what he is. I don't think I've seen anything. The only mod I'm aware of Sothersil is the one that makes him a dumber, not dumber. Guys, I hope you're gonna be so patient with me. I got a feeling I'm gonna keep saying very stupid things. Like, Sothersil in bed. I don't know. That's the only replacer that I know of for the model, and what it does, as you can see in the original model, that's not sexy. There we go. In the original model, it's more like an Altmer or Chimer, I suppose. But he is supposed to be a Dunmer, so that's all it does. It replaces the skinny bits and make him look like a Dunmer. That's the only asset I'm aware of for Sothersil. I searched for Fabricant on Nexus and the only new creature is Gizmo, but Gizmo is so adorable. So adorable. I feel good, but I am not able to do anything productive, learning, reading a book or anything. Well, you know what, sometimes... Oh, additional creature clockwork. I'm so sorry. I went like... So, no. There is the Guar Fabricant, indeed. I don't think there's more than that. There might be retextures. I remember that there is a Fabricant, there we go. There's a hulking Fabricant companion that is retext. It's a simple retexture. But it's not a different creature, and the retexture is kind of cute. And that's the point, because he's a pet, like it's a pet. So you want it to be kind of cute. Ooh, vibrant with that looks like Vert's Ascadian IL mod, which I like, to be honest. So no, I'm not aware of anything. Okay, I have a mod idea to download a Sothersil backup into a Fabricant. Interesting. Then really what I would do, because I can't model or do anything impressive in terms of new creature, but I would take a Fabricant. I would scale it to be bigger than the others, and then if you have there, change the scale here, and then if you have any sort of you know, Photoshop skill, make a different texture for it, or ask on the Discord. Somebody should be able to come up with something for you. That's what I would do. Make it bigger with a different texture. That should be enough. If you have minimum skill with Blender or Nifscope, I think just adding, like, you could choose to add more spikes, you know, do some kit bashing, essentially. Add more spikes, add a few tentacles, add a few cogs, like anything like that, maybe. It did say come try ya. It did, but then I was talking over it. I mean, I heard it, and if you can hear the music, you technically could hear it as well. The imperfect scale down also, actually, that might be a better idea, considering that the imperfect is humanoid. You know, like 2 legs and 2 arms and a head. Your grand entry ruined. Did you try to be first? Because that's too late as well. It's like today is not your day, Marks. All right, back to Friends and Friends. So all of these creatures, you actually buy them from NPCs, and I love the fact that there's the NPC and there's their pet creature, just like in Tribunal. There's the pack rat that you can buy. All the others will be found in the wilderness. Originally with Friends and Foes, they were simply added to, not the leveled items, they were added to the leveled creature list. So they would be, you know, the Guar pet would be added to the Graceland list, and the script would be added to the Ascadian Isles, and so on and so forth. Which, pros and cons, by using the level list, I really wanted to add a level of randomness. I don't like at all, I don't like when you have a companion. Okay, it's different with a quested companion that has a story, because their story begins where you find them and then their story continues, I guess. It's a bit more acceptable. But with MCA companions, CM companions, or other companions, I just don't like the fact that they stand there in a cell and that's their life. You know, that's their life. And if you talk to them and take them with you, great, they'll follow you. But if you don't, you know, their life is standing there in a corner of an inn or something like that. Which is why with Friends and Foes and the original companions I had, what I did... Oh, I'm sorry, Max, if I didn't say it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think, and it's taking a lot of energy just to think. No, the bot has been reset. Actually, maybe, you know what, maybe I saw your line, but my brain said, no, that's not what happened. And I did not know, I honestly didn't see it. You did, okay. Something bit me and I'm scratching. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Don't scratch. Where was I? Problem with the level list. By adding the creatures to the level list, it meant that it introduced that element of randomness, which I liked. Obviously, with level list, it's really hard to prevent clones from appearing. Like, I did have a script, and I think I still have it in the dialogues. I need to clean that up. I did have a script that said once the pet was with you, to remove it from the level list. Not ideal. And so I needed something to introduce both the NPCs and the creature pets in a different way. And that's something I can show you. I can show you and pretend that I understand everything. It's Lua. So that's the first thing. Friends and Friends will be using Lua. But how hot is it? Currently outside it's 29 degrees. In my office it's probably 28. Something like that. Wait, no, it doesn't feel like 28. A little less, I think. But we don't have a thermometer indoors. We'll get one at some point, so we know. So the alternative between using the level list, where you can't quite control how likely you are, like it's possible with Friends and Foes when you have the companion add-on, it's possible to never come across a companion, you know, it's completely RNG, which is not great. Like, if you have a mod that introduces companion, you want to be able to find them. Maybe not find them sitting in a room for the whole duration of your game, but I'll get back to that. I want to react to the chat first. Cooler indoors and outdoors. Can you share those powers? Yes, Marks, is very easy. I get up at 7 o'clock. I open the windows from 7 to 11. And then at 11, the moment the sun is getting closer to my windows, I close everything up, pull the blinds, and never open until 10 o'clock in the evening when it starts cooling down again. That's my secret. So that's my secret without the AC. It's bad here in Germany, but it's better than yesterday. 32, that's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. Prof, and there you go. Prof, you've been made French. Congratulations. It's 27 in Taiwan, but extremely humid. I don't know how I would fare with hot and humid. I think I prefer hot and dry. But then again, if it's really dry, you know, all bets are off the table. So there, that was my secret. Back to the code that I have. So this code, it's in my folder, but the story of that code is, where are you? What did I call you? Are you in FF? It's still in FF. And this is my backup, actually. I want to restore the backup. This code has a story, a history even. Originally, it's the code that Merlord wrote for our Ajira report mod. That was an idea that I had. You know that quest, right? Stolen reports, Ajira. Hey, Joseph, welcome on in. And she says, no. Ajira says, oh no. My reports are stolen. You go, okay, I got it. You go there. And where's the second one normally? Oh yeah, and you go upstairs, you know, in the basket with the ingredients. They are done. This is a quest that you only ever do the first time you play the game. And so I talk to Merlord and I say, is there any way we can randomize the position of the reports? And they, yeah, sure. And so he wrote the code, and when you download this, it's Lua, obviously, but I think there's 20. There are 20 different spots within the Mages Guild where the scrolls can be. So you do the quest every time. So it depends, you know, if you want to search for the scrolls every time, get the mod. If you're happy knowing when they are to do the quest in 2 seconds, don't. Simple as that. And then after this mod was published, MTR came up with, like, he took the code and edited it, and that's actually the OpenMW version, but never mind. He made the permanent quest corpse randomizer that does the same thing, not with the scrolls but with the corpse. So when you do the tax collector quest, there's 10 different locations where it can be, and the body between Balmora, actually it's like Balmora Moonmoth Caldera that you find there with a good skooma pipe, that is moved as well. And then I went back to Merlord and say, Merlord, I really need, actually I asked on MWSC, but Merlord is the one who replied. Said, I really need, I want to use this code, but there's 200 NPCs. Is there any way to sort of make it a little more compact? And so Merlord very kindly said, okay, here it is. This is my backup? That's not my backup. There we go, that's the one. So here's what I have now. I can, I don't want to uncomment all of those, but essentially for each companion, I've selected 4 different locations where they can start. To choose those locations, I actually read their little background, and then I was like, oh, okay, so this is where you should be. I have already done the quest for Akul. Akul is actually an Argonian and a bounty hunter, and in his journal, he's like, so what if I want to hunt down Argonians and sell them as slaves? It's my business, blah, blah, blah. So he's a bounty hunter and a slaver, which is why I made him appear anywhere you can sell slaves. And then I've given him a little quest, but I've already written this one. I've already tested it, so I'm not going to spoil it for you, okay? However, I have started working on areas, and the quest still needs to be done, and we still need to test that. That's what we're gonna do now. That was a long introduction, right? 7th Monday, 12 degrees outside. Ugh. Middle of the summer, you hate this place. You know, you know how it is. People who feel too hot envy people who are in colder climates, and people in colder climates envy the people who are in the warmer climate. You know what? I'm guessing it's a matter of maybe the grass is greener on the other side, possibly. As long as it's not extreme temperatures, and okay, right now we do have a heat wave. It feels extreme, though honestly, 30 degrees is not that extreme. A little more when you don't have AC, but it's not that extreme, right? Don't you dare touch the Argonian. It's not me, it's Akul. Akul. But yeah, temperatures. Right. So Arya, she's actually a CM partner, and her background is that her mother is a witch, but she was trying to turn her into a witch, and she was horrible to her, and she wants to be a healer anyway, and she left. That's the background that I had for her. And so from that, I was like, okay, so she already knows some magic, but she wants to heal. And it occurred to me that the Mabrigash class actually has restoration and destruction as a major. So I decided that Arya left her mother, and to be sure that her mother couldn't find her, decided to join one of the Mabrigash in those tiny Ashlander camps. And so that's what I have selected. And now I need a story for her. That's when we have to go in the construction set. And even worse, oh no, I have to show you what she looks like. If you remember, oh wow, I did scratch like an idiot. If you remember, now it's even hotter. Ugh. If you remember in Morrowind Comes Alive, some of the companions actually had a unique face. And these, I have preserved them. I was like, you know what? Marianne de Castor, her face for me is pretty iconic. So I haven't changed the face of companions that already had one. Arya, however, didn't have a particular face, so I picked a new one for her. And I also grabbed hairstyles, quite a few actually. Some of Meldicor's hairstyle, some of Callian hairstyle, and this you might recognize. This is from Better Heads. Hairstyle that come with jewelry. So you got the earrings, they feel a little, okay, I see. With earrings and a tiara. And I found that this kind face was really good for a healer, so that's the way it is. As for the gear, so she is a Mabragash, meaning, you see, like she's got things she might have learned as a witch. Oh, she doesn't have, oh, and restoration, good. I should give her an axe, because right now she doesn't have one. I've given her some Ashlander clothing. Let's give her an axe, so you know. Marianne de Castor, I heard her beauty is radiating. She really had a pretty face, to be honest. It certainly is, or grass is a greener situation in that way, because the temperature that makes me freeze in winter are a blessing in the summer. Yeah. People who complain about cold can take my hot anytime. Take it. Just take it. I take winter weather over summer weather any day, but I also moved to a tropical country, so apparently I actually wouldn't. Sometimes you don't have the choice, right? Whether it is because your family is there, because of a job opportunity, studies, who knows. Variel, hello. Was Arya going to kill her mom in your story? You know what? I thought about that. She's a Breton. And so I looked at the NPC and I looked for a Breton witch in the game. There's only one. She's a witch in Aldeidroth and she's part of the main quest. So I'm like, I don't really want to do that. So what I've come up with, and I had some notes somewhere, but never mind. Also, the quests are extremely simple, like extremely simple. There's 200 companions, like I can't do, even if I had all the time in the world, I cannot do 200 Julan, okay? So before anything, there's a thing happening and you can sort the situation by doing one of two things and that's it. But I also thought that Audel is French. No. I'm French. And he's not Slovenian, he's from Slovakia. Which is not the same thing. Not the same thing. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, I have made a number of modifications, small modifications to the script. One thing that I've done is remove all the forced greeting because I really didn't like that. So that's part of the Akul quest and things, so we'll leave it like that. So what I've had a French lesson all day, yeah, today. So I am doing French letters. Let's not. There we go. Okay, I have my placeholder there. And the first thing I'm gonna do, because it's a simple quest and I'm just going to wing it. That's right, I'm just going to wing it. Actually, I have started it. What I do usually when it's a simple quest, okay, I'm not talking about a quest with multiple branches that branch into multiple branches and then not that. I start by writing the journal entries, usually quite simple. Writing is not my forte, so it's very, very bare-born. So I have the index references and I kind of know what my story is like. And I just started, I have not finished. They even have the same flag color. At the same time, blue, white, and red are fairly common colors for flags. You need to hire us to work for you. We will write and create quest line. You know what? I actually thought about that because the dialogue I'm writing is very bare bone. It's functional. Okay, it tells you what's happening, what you can do, and how the story ends. But there is zero flavor, zero style, zero personality. So I was actually considering, once I have a number of companions, to talk to a number of people who I know actually enjoy writing and say, look, like, export the dialogue, because the dialogue in here is just atrocious. Export the dialogue on a document and say, look, here's the story. See how you feel that character, what sort of personality you think they should have, and then rewrite that. I know, Cathy. I do know, I have thought of you. But I need to have a number of companions before. Je ne suis pas française. Tanzi as well? Okay, good. The German and French have very similar English accent. Really? I mean, okay. When people don't know my nationality and they guess, I don't think they've ever guessed that I'm German. But then again. Alright, so here's the story for Arya. When you talk to her, that's the background, that's what I don't choose. Okay, I decided I took these NPCs, these companions from Morrowind Comes Alive and CM Partners. The original authors gave them a little backstory. There's not much to it, but they gave them a backstory. I am not going to touch that. So we know that her mother is a witch. Arya was her apprentice. She wanted to be a healer and she left. So what did I say? She chose to leave, however, hoping, and I can't type also, hoping to become a healer. She has spent some time learning from the Mabragash. I wonder what skill Arya has. Let me tell you why I wrote that. The idea of a quest I have for her is essentially, around level 5, she goes, I'm not sure, should I be a healer or a witch? At which point the player says, well, you should be this or that. That's what I have here. That's as far as I got. If you say you're a healer, then she gets a nice healing spell or something. If she says I want to be a witch, then she gets a nice blind spell. And then at level 10, maybe, again, can't type, but you get the idea. She'd go, okay, I've depending on what she said, like if say you have to be a healer, she would go, you know what, I know that being a healer is what I wanted to do, but I feel powerless. I'm not sure that a life in service of the others is what I want. Are you sure I should continue learning the trade of a healer? Or if you said before she should be a witch, I was like, you know what? I remember why I wanted to be a healer. I really wanted to help people, and as a witch, of course, I'm becoming more powerful, but I don't find it very fulfilling. Are you sure I should still be a witch? So that's the idea, that maybe 3 times she's gonna go, just be a commoner. That's it. Okay, delete everything and go, I told Arya to be a commoner and stop bothering me with her existential crisis. How about that? Anyway, that's the plan that I have for her. So it's not really a quest, I realize, but it gives the player some sort of say in how the character develops, which I kind of like. And since, you know, her background was all about, my mom wants me to be a witch, but I want to be a healer, there it is. I had entertained other options. You'll tell me what you think. I had multiple options. If you think they're much, much better, we can go back. I had Arya as an hermit. And so she would have started somewhere. I would have given her a little fire, and she would be a hermit. She would live in a cave where we don't have bandits. And then you would read her journal and you learn that she actually trained to be a witch, but she wants to be a healer. But she was too afraid of her mom, so there she is hiding in a cave. And then I was thinking, okay, maybe based on the player skill, if the player skill is really good in restoration, she would say, okay, you are a proficient healer. Will you be my mentor? Or if you are good or better with restoration, or when you get good with restoration, she would say, I can see you're a really powerful spellcaster. Will you be my mentor? So kind of what I have now. And the reason why I stopped is because there is no way to change an NPC class. Like I was thinking, you know, first she started as a hermit, and then depending on what you do, how I was thinking using the quest with the Nord, Barbarian and the Witch, and depending on how you resolve those quests, then Arya could say, you know what, I really want to be a witch, it looks like fun, all those naked Nords. Or you know what, I really want to be a healer, witches are wicked and that's not me. And then based on those things, she would either become a healer class or a witch class. But within the construction set, there's no way for me to make that happen. To change an NPC class, I cannot. I can change the value of their skills, I can make them better at one thing or another, I can change their stats, but I cannot change their class. So I dropped that. I was like, okay, you're not gonna be a hermit, not happening. Let me catch up with you. That is mean. Somebody was mean. I just listened to the sample from your stream. You sound like a prison guard. Oh, come on, Marks. I hope you meant that in a humorous way, but even if it's funny, it's not really funny when it's mean. Okay? That was a little mean. Unnecessarily so. Regarding the writing, I've been heavily involved in text-based RPG for around 7 years. At the start, the quality was subpar, but I got to the level of enjoying my own stuff. That's one of the things with writing, and I understand this very well, that nobody is born good at writing. It's a skill, it's something that you develop, it's something that you work on and you improve very, very gradually. So when I say that I'm not good at writing, really, it means that I've never found the will and the determination. I can't even say never found the time. I never had the will and the determination to find the time to make that happen. It's not like tough luck, I'm born too short to write. It's something that you work on and you do get better, definitely. Alan Joy, does NPC class really influence anything other than their start? No. However, for companions, as they level up, you know how it is, right? As they level up, based on their class, the skills are going to improve differently. So as they level up, yes, it does matter. So yeah, I really want to change NPC classes. It might be possibly doable with Lua, but I don't want to make Lua absolutely necessary for this mod. And you might go, but wait, what about your fancy Lua code, so that when you start the game, by the way, what this means, when you start the game, Akul can be found in one of 5 places, and it's gonna stay there for the whole game. So I feel this is a good compromise between the NPC is always going to be in that cell, and if you want that NPC, that's where you go, you find him, and the NPC moves around everywhere, can be anywhere and everywhere at the same time. But this, that's the beauty of it. I'm going to put Akul, actually, I know, I'm going to put Akul in Saran. He's going to be there. So if you don't have that code, Akul will be standing in the Saran slave market for the whole game. So be it. If you have MWSC Lua, then this will kick in and happen. So Lua is actually not compulsory for that mod. It adds a feature to it, but the mod will be perfectly playable without Lua and without Friends and Foes. What was I saying? Why was I saying that? That's why changing classes, even though it's probably doable with Lua, I don't want to do that. There we go. We've come full circle. Max, you were kidding? Good. Good. Maybe ask the Luamencers a solution for changing classes. Ask them. I'm fairly certain they'll come up with something, in fact. But I don't want to make Lua a hard requirement for the mod. Same reason with Friends and Foes. A lot of people said, hey, but you know, with Lua, you can spawn the NPCs in a better way, more efficient way, just like random NPC does. Sure, and I love Lua, don't get me wrong, I love it. It makes the game incredible. It does things it was never supposed to do. In a million years, we couldn't have imagined one day that we could be chopping trees in Morrowind and they would, the trunk would break and they would fall. Like, what? This is the latest Ashfall update. Like, we would have never imagined that level of gameplay mechanics, right? But as much as I like Lua and I love it for all the things you can do with it, if it can be done just as well, just as quickly, just as efficiently with Morrowind, the construction set, or even Morrowind script, then why make Lua a hard requirement for it? You see what I mean? So, there. Love Lua, but I'm not going to transform a Morrowind script that is efficient, that doesn't lag, that works, that doesn't bug, that doesn't have conflict, into Lua for the sake of using Lua because Lua is inherently better no matter what. I don't think that's the case. Exactly, Max. That's what I was saying. If you don't have it, he will be there. He will be in the cell, but he won't move around. That complicates everything. Isn't it possible to just change their skills in my trade dialogue depending on the choice? Yes, definitely. We could sort of fake it and in background in my trade say I'm a healer, but then I wanted her to clearly become better at restoration or clearly become better at destruction. Which I realized then, and that's a major problem with NPCs. That's the default spells that an NPC gets. They are just ridiculous. They are laughable, which is why there's a couple of mods that do that. Okay, let's make her level 10. When she's level 10, these don't really count because they are starting spells from ahead of the classes. At level 10, being really good at restoration alteration, you know, a proficient spellcaster, she has a touch fire spell, she can heal, she can resist magicka, she can resist all kinds of things and have better willpower, she can have a little more magicka. I don't remember blood gift, is that a healing thing? She can do 2 target spells. You see what I mean? Her skills, and then if you make her level 50, like level 50, she's a goddess of spellcasting, right? Finally, she can summon a skeleton. She can, that's something about diseases. Like what I'm saying is that the drain, like what is that? When is a drain block going to be a good strategy against a player? If the player is using a shield, maybe. You see, the default spells that NPCs get are crazy laughable. So back to her and making her an actual healer or an actual witch. It's not like she would get highly specialized spells, which is why I went to my idea that every 5 level or so you would say specialize in healing, and then she would get a good healing spell, or specialize in witchcraft and she would get a blind, a sound, maybe a frenzy spell. I don't know about that. So that's why, first of all, turning her into an actual class was tricky. She's going to remain a Mabrigash, which is fine because, as you can see, the Mabrigash major skills are all magic, like restoration and alteration, fine for a healer, destruction, mysticism, fine for a witch as well. You see? So I'm not changing it. Yeah. Since I entered the chat, the temperature rose by 0.6 degrees. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I have the issue that I want to both mod and play the game and other people's mods. They both take time. You tell me about it. You tell me about it. I know. It's like installing the game, playing the game, modding the game, creating mods, testing mods. And then, of course, I like to write mod reviews on top of things. It takes too much time. So the Arya story is what it is. There was another one that I was considering. Oh, yes. And I think this one is a little more interesting, but I'm not entirely sure how I would make that happen. Because she's a Mabrigash, and you know, I went like, I wonder what skill Arya has. And then I was thinking, what are the Mabrigash known for? You know, and they're supposed to be draining the life energy of men. And I was thinking, okay, if the player is a female character, they got themselves a companion and so be it. But if the player is a male character, there should be an exchange of, not fluid, though we don't know about that, but an exchange of life force sort of things. So the player could tell Arya, all right, you can draw power from me, like could make her more powerful at the cost of making themselves a little less powerful. But then it means if your character is female, nothing happens. Then again, the whole point, one thing that I like about my companions, some of them already have little characteristics. There's quite a few of them. Some of them have stories. So one is going to say, no, I don't want you to join. I can't stand the Mages Guild. I won't join you if you're a member of the Mages Guild. And that's it. It's a trait. It's not a quest. It's a trait. Some will say, I lost a bet and I had to give my bow to Eric. No, Eric is a zombie. That's not going to work. To Flacon. And so if you manage to find Flacon, once you have talked to the first NPC and you can get the bow back from them, you can return the bow to that first NPC. Okay, so I want the player to kind of get to know the companions and say, right, I'm a male character. If I go and look for Arya, she could become really, really powerful. Like, I want the player to say, all right, based on who am I right now, it would be really good if I could find that companion. Of course, you have to meet them first and learn about their quirks and traits to say, now I see, maybe if I meet you, if I find you again with a different character, you could be really interesting. That's the idea. It lacks the surprise factor with the whole Mabrigash thing, and also it's just a thing. I can only mod against once I have a baby with Julian in game. You can't do, actually, you know how to make that up, to make that happen. If you take Julian and the romance mod, you can romance Julian and you can get pregnant. No, I can't follow the chat very well, it's true, because I'm thinking about the quest I want to do. And I don't want to stare at the chat also. So if you say, like, if there's a question and I skip it, don't worry, ask it again. It's on me for not following very well. Are we back on the... Can Julian get pregnant? No. No, the game hasn't come that far. Not yet. Nor has science or biology. I mean, it works for seahorses, but not Ashlanders, to my knowledge. I meant buying the AC instead of extinguishing the sun. That's what you were talking about, turning off the sun. It's a solution. Julian has pregnancy in it already without the romance mod. Is that something in the story? I have to tell you the story of my coffee. It's going to be a big parenthesis in what we're trying to do. And my coffee machine that I love, it broke. It's not working anymore. This morning, I found out my coffee machine doesn't work, and I was like, oh crap, no. I have 4 classes to teach back to back, and then I have a stream. Of course, it's not as intense. It's not as intense as teaching. Is that true? It's different. It's different, but I would say in terms of how much you have to focus and the multitasking and doing multiple things and reading and talking at the same time, it's also quite tiring. So anyway, I knew I was going to be 7 hours in front of a camera and a couple of screens and talking various languages. And I was like, if I don't have coffee, like, not happening. And I was like, okay, I don't care how ridiculous this gonna sound. There's a little shop. The station is 5 minutes away from where I am, and there's a little shop at the station, you know, that tiny grocery shop where you can buy mostly sandwiches and chocolates and soft drinks, but it has a few things, and it has been known to have some Dolce Gusto capsules. Dolce Gusto is what I used to have. It was so good when I had my Dolce Gusto right here next to my desk. Loved it. And so I went to the shop. My first idea was, okay, if they don't have the Dolce Gusto and I can pull out my old coffee machine, they have a Starbucks machine. I'm gonna go there, get a Starbucks to go, and come back 3 times during the day if I have to. But they had the Dolce Gusto capsules, fine. I took out my old coffee machine. There's a reason why I stopped using it. It was leaking like crazy. Leaking crazy. So to make that coffee, because when you put the water, like the container with the water, and it leaks, like I can take a sponge and just absorb and clean those up. So what I did to make that coffee, I put the capsule, I put the water in, and I was holding my coffee machine above the sink and press start, holding it. It's going, I hope that despite all the water draining beneath the coffee machine, there's going to be enough to make my coffee. It was ridiculous, but now I have coffee. The thing is, this is so crazy sweet. To think that's what I was drinking all the time, it's just too sweet. That was my coffee machine. I hope you enjoyed it. Back to modding. Let me catch up with you guys. I never installed a single mod for Morrowind, but I looked into mods to make Argonians look less hideous. And I played Open Morrowind. Did you find a mod that you like? Because for me, the go-to is a Red Furry Demon, Improved Argonian. I think Improved Argonians are gorgeous. I really like the look of them. What I do with my game, you have, when you download it, up there, in the file, I hope it's still there. Ah. They're gone? Extra. They're gone, no! Maybe if I look at the preview, no, not that, the archive? Where is it? Where can we see the older mods? Red Furry Demon must have updated, yeah. They've updated quite recently. there's the choice between the orange texture and the green texture. And so what I did, I made the male orange and the female green. And as, call it what you want, as sexist as that may be, but in-game, when I look at an Argonian, I don't really know for sure if it's a male or a female. Because I have the version of better clothes and better bodies that doesn't give boobs to Argonians because they are lizards and lizards don't have boobs. So the fact that they could have a different color really, really helped me. This one is, I think, the best looking Argonian mod. If you haven't found what you want just yet, this might be it. Do you actually speak German by now, or do you use French and English? I don't speak any German. I've done, and I'm a language teacher, right? I teach French, and part of my job is to motivate people to keep learning French because it's hard. Like, French is not easy. And so I have to motivate them, say, but you have to keep at it, you know, do this, do that. It will become easier over time, blah, blah, blah. And I'm a terrible, terrible hypocrite because when I tried German and I just found it physically unpleasant. And it's not, you know, a criticism of German people or their language. It's just the fact that the way you make sounds in any languages is going to use certain parts of your throat, even your nose, the back of your throat, you know, you use different muscles and different part of your body to produce sounds. And as somebody who speaks French, English, even a little bit of Slovak, did some Spanish way back when, I just found the way you make the German sounds painful. Painful is too much. Uncomfortable. And I know it's just a matter of getting used to it. It's a muscle. You train it. But yeah. And then of course add to the fact that indeed around Zurich everybody speaks English. Some people speak French as well. They don't like French. French is the language that they have to learn at school, that, you know, the system make them learn. And honestly, if you're not motivated to learn French, it's gonna be torture. Even if you are, it might be torture, but it's even worse if it's something that is imposed on you. And so everybody who went to school around Zurich, in the canton of Zurich, they have had French at school for, I want to say, at least 3 years, but they hate it. However, English people, they don't necessarily speak English extremely fluently, but they switch. Yay, well done me. They switch to English fairly easily. So no motivation to learn it, no real need to learn it. I'm not learning it. And I've been here for a year. Even if I had wanted to, 1 year is not so much. Dialogue at least is just Romance mod compatibility. That could be what happened there. I can already see the solution. Hand press coffee machine. I always wanted one of those. Simple, effective, hard to break. It's a good one. Funny thing, when you say hand press, yes, you mean not that. That's the modern thing. The truth is, I think it's called a French press coffee machine. There, that. Funny story, I'm French, okay? I promise, I am. I discovered this when I went to England. I promise you, this French press is not how we usually make coffee in France. It's just not. So I discovered that in England, and then they told me it was called French, and I was like, no, it's not. It's really not. But so it is. This is lovely, and I love the idea of making it, and you know, you press it slowly, and you wait for the coffee to go and rest at the bottom, and then you pour it gently because you don't want everything to come back up. I like it's not a ritual, it's too much, but you know, I like the whole idea of it. But what I really like, it's a latte, it's a cappuccino. I need my milk to be all frothy and, you know, smooth and everything. So that doesn't work for me. This is for people who really enjoy coffee. And me, I do enjoy coffee, but the part that I like the most in the coffee is the milk in the coffee. So this is too good for me, basically. But yeah. It's just romance mod compatibility, right? You didn't really want to have the baby, it's too late. Now you gotta have that baby. It's sexist and racist a little bit. If it wasn't about a game, yes, it would be. But it's a game, so it's not. It's kind of low-friendly that female Argonian were more greenish oblivion. I think it does make sense. Like in a number of species in real life, the male and the female will have a different color, a different pattern. So for me, I thought that was a good solution. That was a good bridge between practicality and still making sense. It's just a lie. Yeah, Argonians don't have boobs. It's a lie. It's a lie. Speaking, no, it doesn't. It's uncomfortable. It's the way you have to use your vocal cord. I'm just not used to it. That's it. That's all there is. Talking about making the ch, is it he? Not it. Ich. I can make it, but I need to concentrate so much. It is generally uncomfortable. A matter of practice, I know that. It's not me saying, oh, it's impossible to say. It's just I haven't put in the time and the energy to just get good at it. So it's like me and games. Going back to Morrowind. Generally, Morrowind Arconian are the best design when it comes to test games and voice actors too. You know what, Tansy? I love Morrowind. I think we know that. I absolutely love Morrowind. The vanilla faces and bodies for the Argonians, I could not play them. I never played a Khajiit or an Argonian in Morrowind. Never in Oblivion. Oh my goodness, even worse. Skyrim, kinda. No, the mod that made me think for the first time, wow, that Argonian looks amazing. It was the Elder Scrolls Online. It was the Elder Scrolls Online, and then of course I modded these Argonians and Better Body Khajiit, and Khajiits are kind of meh still. But for me it's the Elder Scrolls Online, and the Khajiits look good as well in the Elder Scrolls Online. And everybody's going, unfollow, unsubscribe, close window, heresy, Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, it's not all bad. And so you live in a German area anyway, and not in any French or Italian speaking area? No, like going to Switzerland, you'd think I would go to Genève or Lausanne where people speak French. No, not even. I just want my life to be interesting that way. Joseph, you're saying, I used to take so many language courses, I've learned so many different ways people make sounds. Yeah, that's good. That's one of the reasons why people say once you know a number of languages, you can pick up other languages better, because not only are you physically able to produce the sounds, because after a while it becomes easier, you're able to hear the sounds. Now, what I was saying about the vocal cords, it also applies to being able to differentiate sounds. For example, people who learn French, they find it really difficult to make the difference between et et e. To me, they're perfectly distinguishable. To English-speaking people, it's kind of hard to make the difference between them. And then depending on the languages you speak, it might be downright impossible. Just the same way if I speak to a Chinese person and they tell me I'm saying 5 randomly, all the different ways they can accentuate the letter A, I'm just going to hear a long strings of when, you know, there's different pronunciation accents. What's that word? Anyway, different ways to say it. French press, yes, in English. All right, I had to catch up with you. I had trouble with French too, connecting the words felt hard. French is even worse. Tansy, yes, send the link. I will have to repost it for you because the bot is going to filter it out. But go ahead, post it and I will repost it immediately. The thing with French, there's two things. First one, what we write and what we say. It's like up, there we go. What we write and what we say are two different things. Ooh, fancy. Very fancy. Again, that is definitely something for people who actually know and love coffee, and that's not me. What did you find, Kitten? Is that your little mouse? Hey, there's your little mouse. Not my pants. Don't kill my pants. Ow! Ow! It's my fault. My fault for taking his toy. There you go. Bleed. I'm gonna bleed. No, I'm not. Just a little bit of the claw got in my thumb there. Such a fierce get on. That's right. Alright, sorry. Back to everything. French. So even people usually they learn at school and they learn how to write the word, and the brain doesn't make a natural connection like between let's go with this one. Okay, everybody who doesn't know French, how would you say that? Say it in your head. It's a new game, it's French quiz. Guess the pronunciation. What do you think that would sound like? Spoiler, signed is not it. I'm just saying. Alright, you've said it in your head? Write it in the chat actually, that might be fun. How do you say it in your head? In the meanwhile, let me catch up with the rest. I see some big unfollow her, ban. That was when I was talking about the Elder Scrolls Online, wasn't it? You just want to keep the best French coffee secrets to yourself. Not even. Hey, Moonlight, welcome on in. Cafetière, yes. Hey, Mikiri, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. Got distracted with the talk of coffee and the cat and French. Welcome back. You can froth milk with a French press, but the foam will be covered in large bubbles and will deflate rather quickly. No, I want the frothy milk. Definitely, for sure. Just shake your hot milk in a Tupperware and get foam. So just make your hot milkshake. Yeah, too long, too complicated, too much energy. Marx, you say you prefer the Argonians in all other Elder Scrolls games. Just not the third. I agree, they're not good looking. My first few years in Morrowind, I just played Imperials. My first character was an Imperial. And then that was it. Close window, unfollow, got it. Friends and friends. Yes, that's the mod we're supposedly making. In the German, I sound like the English. So I had faisant, faisant. It's not bad. This is faisons. There's only 4 sounds. Faisons. Faisons. And you're like, but there's no there's nothing that sounds like there's nothing that sounds like o, and this is faisait. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. Faisait. Faisait. So something like, where's my, a little bit like that, I guess. To an English person, this would be faisait. Faisait. There you go. You couldn't read it, sorry. You know what? We can play that game later. I give you a French word and you guess the pronunciation, and then I just laugh at you for getting it so wrong. We didn't do that. But it's crazy. So learning French because, oh, no, you're just too adorable. It was very brave of him to come here because it's cooler in the other room. Yes, I was talking about you, Kita. That was a free lesson in French on the house. Very fine. Thank you so much for the follow. See, that follow worked. I got this one. Oh well. So friends and foes, I am making the companion add-ons completely standalone. And we were, oh my god guys, an hour ago we started talking and we were making about the little story for Arya. And I think I've given you my 3 ideas. She's a hermit, and then after doing a certain quest with you involving a witch and a healer and a naked Nord, she would say, okay, I want to be this or that. But very fine people coming in. Exactly. So we're gonna go with my first idea. At level 5, it's here. At level 5 she says, I don't know. Maybe my mum was right. Maybe I should be a witch. The player will get to say, no, blink. See? Blind spell. And then later on, probably around level 15, when you got to index 10 saying you should be a healer, she's gonna say, are you sure? Are you really sure I should be a healer? At which point you can say yes and she get a better heal, or she can say no and she can get the blind spell, like the first witch power. Or if you told her previously here you should be a witch because you're gonna be more powerful, she's gonna go, are you sure I should be a witch? If you say yes, then she also gets a sound spell. If you say no, then you get the first healing spell. That's the idea. And we're going here, we're going to be index 20, and the parallel branch is gonna be 21. And we'll do that a 3rd time, where she goes, do you really want me to be a healer? And you get the idea. And do you really want me to be a witch? I should sort of lay out somewhere before I forget the ideas that I have. Now this is really big. That's because when I teach, I want the people to say, we have heal 1, heal 2, and heal 3. What I want to do when you tell her the first time, yes, you should be a healer, is to make use of the OAAB web of Ashen Blight bandages. And here's what I have in mind. Did I watch the Kenobi series? I don't think so. There is a great meme. I wouldn't know. If you want to talk about the meme, you're gonna have to explain it quite thoroughly. So, in OAAB, you get the bandages. If I'm not mistaken, they are actually as alchemy ingredient. Bandages, here they are. Restore 30, they both restore 30. And what I want to do with this, bear with me. All of the companions, they have a topic called Need Anything. Actually, this is a topic that is, here it is. It's a topic that is available to companions and friends, because you can also just get friendship. And the way I've done it is once a day, you can say, oh yeah, can I have something to eat, something to drink, or something to see better, or something useful. Depending on the type of NPC you're talking to, i.e. if you're, and now I realize there's a problem with that. This is left over from the time where friends and foes and the companions were all the same thing. No, that's fine. You have 3 types of companions: combat, magic, stealth. So depending on the type of companion or NPC you're talking to, the combat one I think will give you bread. I forgot who gave the scuttle and who gives the jerky, but it doesn't matter. And so what I want to do for her is essentially have something similar that is going to be unique for her. If you have told her to be a healer, i.e. to be, that was index 10. So from the moment you tell her, you know what, you should be a healer, then once a day she will actually give you bandages. Nothing right now, thank you. A bandage, please. This is gonna be option 5. This is when you told her to be a healer. No, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work for what I have in mind. If I really want to do that, I'm gonna need a variable. Because if I say, when the journal index is 10, the first time she asked me, yeah, PC hungry is something. The first time she asked me, what do you want me to be? Be a healer, it's gonna work. But then the second time she says, are you really sure you want me to be a healer? The index is gonna be anything but 10. If I say superior or equal to 10, then the choice you make is not relevant. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna change this up a little bit. I'm gonna say that Aria starts from the beginning. She can give you a bandage, and she has a blind spell. This is basically what she's learned as a healer, and this is what she's learned as a witch. Because right now she's been apprenticed to her mother, and she's learned to heal. And then at level 5, if you choose healer, you can have a healers topic where she's gonna cast a spell on you and anyone around you gets healed. And as a witch, you get the sound spell. Sound of silence. Sound might be a little OP because when you cast silence on an NPC, they cannot cast spells and they know it, so they're not going to try it. And so they'll switch to their puny little dagger or their puny little fist, whatever it is. If you cast sound, it means that, especially if it's a sound 100, it means that there's a 100% chance that they will fail, but the NPCs are still going to attempt it. So a sound 100 is in fact way more powerful than a silence, even though in both cases it means the NPCs can't cast a spell. Here, they won't even bother and they'll switch to something else. Here, they'll keep trying to cast a spell and they'll keep failing. So maybe she gets a silence spell. Wow, that coffee is sweet. Gosh. What would be a good spell or power to give her a witch power? She starts with a blind. I might make that actually a power. Nah, we'll see. She knows blind. She knows silence. I'm trying to give her spells that don't kill but cripple. Like, I don't see the witch as a deadly, like the witch is not that powerful or deadly, but she uses subterfuge. Again, this is about a game, but she uses subterfuge to get the upper hand, like blinding the enemy, crippling them somehow. Oh, I know. That might be a little too good. Like that? How's that? Let me catch up with you. The stream is working again for you, Marks. Happy. The buffering is gone. It might have been on your side. I don't know if anybody else experienced buffering. Distraction mod uses sound spell. I absolutely adore the distraction mod by Mort. It's brilliant, and I really like to combine it with Axe Magister's Dash. So when you have the two mods, either you throw something or you use your sound spell, you make the NPC walk toward the sound, and then you can dash real quick to get past them. Doing that, I feel like such a thief, an Indiana Jones. I don't know, it feels great. Don't make this. I think I will go with silence. That way it is useful when fighting against a spellcaster, but you know, it won't cripple them indefinitely. My modlist mod has an enemy carrying your drum from hold it and casting a sound 100 while the drum beats from the start of the Morrowind theme. Play really loudly. That is so neat. I still have to play your mod, prof. Like, I haven't played in a long time, right? But I cannot. You have to believe me. I want to play. I want to. But I cannot play without this. And I've also started a fresh Morrowind install. You remember how we talked about having a sort of a flexible installation of Morrowind? So instead of having my massive permadeath mod list with 800 mods going 900 as time passes. Did I start it or not? I did. I would have more specialized mod list, one geared towards fighters, one geared toward mages, and one geared towards thief. I have created so far. I'm calling it Morrowind Flex, as in flexibility, not flexing my muscles. Oh gosh, maybe I should change that name. That was not the idea. So what I'm doing is I have so far, can I expand all? I think there's a way. Collapse all, expand all. So far, I don't know how many mods I have. There should be an enable all. That's the thing, right? All mods. Enable all. So far, I have only installed 371 mods. Okay, but these are a little specific. I've decided to put together all the TR versions, all the Beautiful Cities of Morrowind versions and patches. So these are a little bit different. But it starts like that. This is different. It starts with the essential. So anything under the essential category. There. It is essential. Spoiler. So these, whenever I do a new install, I know I'm just going to go up. Can I select all of them like that? Let's find out actually. Core must have, core audio, core graphic replacer. Yes, and I'm gonna do enable selected. No matter what I do, no matter what install I have, it's going to have at the very least, drum roll, sip of coffee. Ah, too sweet. Crap. I can't anymore. It's gonna have 200 mods for now. These, I know it's a thing. And then I'm going to decide what extra mods I want. For example, I might do a Muse install. I really like the Sixth House Muse expansion. Super creepy, really like it. But I also like not having any music. It's even creepier, I feel. So these are optionals and I will choose from. Same thing for the grass, so I have everything ready. I can choose between Aussies, Remis, Verts, and Ritz. If I want to have a whole replacer. So you see what I did? Then I go, okay, for this install, I want those trees. Though with the new version of Ashfall, vanilla trees become a lot more attractive. So that's the trees. And then the replacers, I'm gonna go, I already have a basic Better Body and Wesley Refurbish, but if I want more, I'll select it. So these I pick and choose for a new install, creating a new profile. That's a big project, and I've done all the replacers. Now I am at the additions, and I was going to see, I downloaded the armor mods that I want, and then I was like, yeah, but I think I want to tweak that and I want to versify that, and so I got stuck. Or we catch up with you. So for my witch, no, I don't want ice and poison or anything like that. Like, she will have, remember, as she levels up, because she has destruction, she will get new destruction spells added to her repertoire of spells, though they are not great. I think we've already talked about that. What about other illusion like invisibility, chameleon, possibly she could scale on the player per request? I love the idea, Easy, of a smart companion that casts useful spells on you. Within the game, there's only two ways we can do that. It could be something with script saying, if the player has, I don't know, less than 50% of their health, then cast that spell on. But with Morrowind script, it's going to be really tricky. You will have to check that the NPC is alive, that the NPC is following, that the NPC is in the same cell. Because without these conditions, even the script says, and now the NPC cast that spell on the player. If the NPC is not around because in a different cell, because dead, because lost in Oblivion, it's not gonna work. So yeah, then there's Lua, possibly. Actually, there's a couple of mods. Stripes has a nice healer companion. Yeah, this one. And that's a smart healer that will heal you automatically. So it is doable, but again, the problem with coding specifically, like especially more so with Lua, I can't do it. The best I can do is when I'm given a template, I can add things in a table, and then maybe I'm not going to mess it up. That's the extent of what I can do with Lua. So for anything that requires Lua, it means that I will have to ask somebody to please help me, which is already a big ask. But then anytime there's a comment on the code or a bug of something, I'm gonna have to ask that person to troubleshoot it and maintain it for me as well, which is not fun for them. So really, before adding any sort of Lua code to my mod, it needs to be really necessary. Calm. I like the idea of calm, but then in a fight, I think the odds, like, she would cast calm, but I'm in the middle of combat. I think I would probably continue attacking the NPC. Like, I wouldn't realize that a spell has been cast, and I should stop attacking, because when an NPC is calm, if you hit it again, It's gone. It's over. Can you change the off with your head spells drain health to damage health? Because some people have borrowed time, which makes the spell useless. Yes, of course, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. I have this lovely, you can't really see, notepad, and now I have 1 page per mod. I don't think I have notes on the head of the classes just yet, so we're gonna make a new page for it. That's cabin overhaul. That's something I need to redo ahead of the classes. There were a couple of requests on Nexus about ahead of the classes, but then I don't think I got any answer off with their heads. The reason why I made it a drain was that with the drain spell, it's like if it's powerful enough to kill the character, then they are dead. But then if they survive the spell, they come back to their full health, and you know, the fight is still happening. So making it damage is more powerful. I might reduce the power of it. Okay. Hey Crix, hello, welcome back. I feel like I'm talking so much. I usually have 1 core mod profile I always use, and then I make copies of it. Yeah, the idea with this, I've closed it. The core one is the one that I'm never gonna use. And then whenever I want to go, okay, I want to play a bard. And then all I have to do is duplicate, select all the essential mods that I have, and then go shopping and say, yes, you. But before that happens, I need to install absolutely every mod, really sort them out neatly. That's why I have my separators, and I try to make it as readable as possible. And then I'm gonna have to troubleshoot those. Or maybe I'll keep that when I do the fresh install. Yeah, I'll keep that when I do the fresh install. So when I make a new install, it's just a matter of shopping. Yes, enable. We'll see. The other way is through dialogue. Exactly, yes, we're back to that. But through dialogue, in the middle of a fight, you're not gonna go, hang on, enemies. Please, companion, I need a shield spell cast on me. Kind of weird. Yeah. Somebody has to offer Lua lesson. Manafei, like if you go to, what is it called? There's things like Skillshare, Corsair, all of these, especially after COVID, these have exponentially blown up. I am sure you're gonna find some Lua classes. Like, I'm pretty sure there's something. I'm not a programmer, but I learned a few languages. I would say Lua looks very beginner friendly. That's what I've been told. By people, you know, I always come to like, please, I need code. They have mentioned quite a few times to me. I don't know if there's a secret meaning behind it, that Lua is actually quite simple to pick up. And I go, okay, sure, but can you do this? So I've been told by people who know what they're talking about. So yeah, happily believe it. Right. However, that's why I have this, the healers, curers, and restorers. This will be done through dialogue, and it's not in the middle of a fight. And anyway, in the middle of a fight, there's a good chance that the healing spell would hit the enemies as well, so it's not good. I feel the restorers is pretty powerful. It essentially, maybe we'll go to a higher level, it essentially cancels the need to go to a shrine. Okay, so if you get Arya, you keep her, she starts at level 1. If you keep her alive all the way to level 20, she will be a walking, talking, free shrine. You're too sweet. I really hope my coffee machine gets fixed. It's fixable. And we still have a kitten here. Oh, I didn't think about it, but I do have second camera. Let's see. Do you mind turning around like that? You look funny from that angle. Perfection. Perfection. That tummy, guys. That tummy. Alright. What did you miss, Tansy? You missed an awful lot of talking and zero modding. Yep, that's what you missed, essentially. But I think we have a plan for our character. We have a plan. Now all I need to do is make that happen. So this she will have from the beginning, meaning that when we use the topic need anything, instead of having the default one that works for any friend or companion, as long as you have not asked for anything yet, she's gonna have this one, and she's gonna have this one. I don't need to add extra conditions. As long as Arya is your friend, once a day she's willing to give you a bandage. You enjoy the talking, so that's a shame. Don't worry, I'll talk some more. There's more when that came from. It's still hot, isn't it? I wish we could open the window. It's still 29 degrees outside and it's almost 8 o'clock in the evening. I got a feeling that drinking really sweet latte is maybe not helping. Was that on your arm? A push? Oh yes, it's the actual Apple Watch. And I am not going to apologize. I know that a lot of people feel that it's a gadget, it's a pricey gadget. As far as I'm concerned, it's a great investment. I use it more than my phone. I think I use it more than my iPad as well. Like this thing is crucial for me. There's the temperature and it tells me how many hours I need to wait for the temperature to drop. No, but seriously, because of the way I work, I teach classes online and students book their lessons anytime they want during the day, meaning that my timetable from Monday to Tuesday and then from Monday to the next Monday is never the same. And with this, I have my calendar right there, so at any time it tells me what time my next lesson starts, which is extremely useful. And also it tells me that I was sitting for an hour and I should get up. Very useful. And also it congratulates me when I've walked. It says, yeah, you walked, congratulations, you are now fit-ish. So it's a pricey item. For me, it's really useful. Then again, I'm sure a Samsung would do the same thing. It doesn't have to be Apple. Yes, it is Apple. I'm sorry, like I'm not in the field of IT, so when I look at my watch, not so much. It's not particularly pretty actually, but I like my tech to look good, and Apple looks sexy. Then, you know, the hardware, the price, the efficiency and everything, I cannot comment on that, but it looks pretty. Yep. I'm super shallow with my tech. That's the way it is. That's where Audel's public funding money is going to, yeah. Everything. It's all going there. You walked from the computer to the coffee machine. Yay! A little bit. Yeah, no, I'm not actually sorry, but I'm saying that I hear the argument when people say, why would you put 300 euros? It's 300 euros. It is a lump of money for a watch when you have your phone right next to you that tells you the time, and you have the time right there as well. Like I understand why people feel that it is superfluous and a waste of money. It's not for me, and so I'm happy with it. Oh, no chest. Irresistible. That's what he is. I hope it will last a while. I've had it for 2 years. That's the second year I got the watch?
The watch?
Yeah.
You got it here in Switzerland?
Yeah.
So it's less than 2 years? I don't know when we got it. Wasn't it roughly Christmas last year?
I got it in summer.
Oh, okay, then it's about a year.
It's just a year. It feels like I've had it forever. Why watch cost €9? Well, some of them do, right? Okay, we have a plan. We have a plan. And I think here, from the beginning, as long as I'm a friend of hers, she'll do that. What I need to do is give her a background. Have I already given her the background? I don't remember. We're gonna try to go from the beginning. So the bandage, I've done that. The blind spell, I think I might have done that already. Spell making. I should have taken my bigger glasses. Oh yes, I did prepare the spells. I did prepare them. But this is a curse that makes the enemy completely blind. It might be a little too powerful. Let's like, you'll tell me what you think, guys. At first I had like something random from 50 to 100, but then I want to feel that, yes, when I have Arya with me, sure, she doesn't run and bash the enemies on their heads and cast the fireballs that grills everyone to ashes, but I want to go, yeah, but when she's around, like, enemies don't hit me as much. Like, I can run to my enemies, I can go melee with her because they won't be able to hit me. Like, I want to feel the effect of that spell. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. I could make it a power. No, I'm going to leave it at that. The Ghoul Casio. You know what? I had one. I don't know if that was the F91W, but I absolutely loved it. It was like the thingy was more like plastic, but it was silver painted plastic, and it was the square one. And what I liked is I could see the date, and if I pressed a button, they would be light, and I could read even, you know, in dim light. I love that watch. I love it so much that I had the battery replaced quite a few times, to the point where the silver paint had completely worn off, so it was just grey from the plastic beneath it. But I loved it. I might still have it in my box, but I haven't used it in a long while. Alright, do you have your blind spell already? You do not. Let me give you that. Okay. So now we have given her these two things. That's her thing. That's her thing. Very good point. Very good point. Yeah, but then there was the thing. Yeah, they would always use the power first. That's what happened. And when fighting an NPC like every Dunmer, suddenly having Sanctuary was just like maddening. But with her, it would be like the first fight against a rat or a golden saint, it doesn't matter. The first fight she would use it, and then she would be pretty useless for the next 24 hours. I'm leaving it as a spell. Leaving it as a spell. I agree, Crix, it's everyone for their own. I kind of feel May for people who need to go you know, when the watch is more a status sort of thing, it's really not for me. but I do love it. It's telling me right now I should be streaming on Twitch, though it should be permadeath. It's not. Sorry. All right, we've done that. We need to write her background if I haven't done it yet. There it is. I did write something. Okay. I could no longer stay home. This writing is not mine. This is modified from the journal so that it sounds like something that could be said. Yeah, that's it. This sanctuary, blind, and you're like, come back later, guys. I don't betray the watch. I like the watch. I really do like it, but I don't feel like I'm a superior person because I have one and other people don't. Like it doesn't make me a better person. Just allows me to never miss a class when I have one. That's the thing. I went for some orange juice, and before I put my headphone on, I saw Danae flexing her privacy watch at me. That's what happened. And you can look at my phone. Ooh, it's broken. You can't really see it, but it fell. It's broken, and it's a cat also. You know the cat? Yep. That's how I got 2 cats. It's an iPhone 6, which is definitely not something you would use to flex, but yeah, the phone is just a phone. It's for WhatsApp and that's it. I do agree. Watches, again, because you always have your phone, like, right there. If all you want to know is the time, you don't need a watch for that. There's better ways. So we were comparing photos of Latte now. Well, for Latte now and photos when he was younger. And when he was a kitten, I don't know if you can see it really, but he's got hairs, obviously. And then there's some longer one, but sort of sparse. So he's got that little tuft of hair. And he doesn't have that as much as before. But what he still has is a big fluffy tail. So he's not as fluffy, but he's kept the fluff on the tail. That's right. He's flexing too. I should give him my watch, and now you'd all be really impressed. Look at that cat. It's a fancy cat with the tech. Looking at the sun, Marx. Oh, you know, you make me happy because this is not going to be fun for people who don't speak French, but I have to show you. Je suis Suisse. There's this French, he's a journalist, but he's actually quite funny. And he's made a series about Switzerland. And he goes, oh yeah, white people have watch. And so it's to know the time. I'll try to do a translation. And he says, well, you don't need a watch. And so, yeah, you can see the time in the sun. Then tell me, what time is it? You don't know? Shut up. That's what he says, basically. So that reminded me of that. Yes, technically you can use the sun. But what time is it? Go ahead. Tell me. This guy is hilarious. If you know French, if you know French really well, he's very funny. If not, it's just blah 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 blah. Though he's got style when dancing. Super stylish. Right, shall we mod? Guys, can we mod already? Jeez. There we are talking about the weather, the temperature, gadgets, cats, humor, Switzerland. Use the portable computer. Now, but we have a phone. Like even if you don't have a smartphone, you tend to have a phone. There's the watch in your car and the office on your computer. And not far from here, closer to the center of Zurich, there's an area of Zurich called Hardbrücke, and my pronunciation sucks. Go ahead, tell me. I don't mind. It's true. But when we get off the train and we look towards the town, I am not kidding you. We see 3 clock towers. It's like This is Switzerland. Like you see 3 clock towers. It's amazing. You can't in that part of town. You can go. I'm so sorry. I didn't see the time. I'm late. No, you can't. That's not an excuse. Like even if you don't have a watch, a phone, a computer, or anything else, anywhere you look around town, there's a clock tower. It's brilliant. I found out I want the government to track me and my sperm to become radiated. Freedom to not use a phone, that's fine. I didn't have a smartphone until a few months ago. You still had your flip phone. And how do you feel now? Do you go, all right, I see white people say it's so much better, or you go, it's just a phone. It's just a phone. I'd be curious. Though it is indeed more convenient to see your time on your wrist immediately than take out the phone for it. Yeah, it won't be long before it's 3 smartphone towers. Nah, not in Switzerland. There's one thing that the first time we noticed that, we were laughing. If you look at the clocks in I'm just thinking, I think I recorded it, but I can't really show you. If you look at the clock in towns in Switzerland, especially at the train station, you have the small hand running for the seconds, and it runs and it runs and it runs, and when it gets to 59 seconds, it pauses for 2 seconds, and then it goes back to 0. And we were like, okay. Clocks in Switzerland, they have this reputation for watches and, perfect, everything, nice, square, perfect. And there it is, and there's a clock. The hands for the seconds just stops for 2 seconds before continuing. And then we realized that absolutely all of the clocks did that. And then Aurel looked it up, and it's actually on purpose. All the clocks do that so that they can all synchronize. Essentially, every minute they synchronize all with each other so that it's always the same time on every clock in Switzerland. So now we know. Okay, shall we mod? I feel like we talk about French, we talk about accents, pronunciations, and not the mod. I can no longer stay at home. I think there's a double space there. Yeah. My mother was making my life unbearable. There was nothing that I could do to please her. I know that I'm just a novice and there is much to learn, but being apprentice to your own mother is too heavy a burden to bear. She says I'm too soft, comma. Is that a full stop or a comma? Looks like a full stop, doesn't it? Yeah. That I don't have what it takes. Double space. This comes from the journal. But why must I be a witch? Why do I have to be like her? I want to use my skills to heal people. I have the desire to learn and the ambition to improve my skill. What more do I need? And then she goes on. So I left to seek my fortune in the world, to find my own path to wisdom and knowledge. I have decided to stay with a group of Ashlander outcasts. First of all, Mother would never find me there, and the Mabragash have taught me a lot already. And I think I'm going to add now. I can bandage wounds, and I am proficient at casting a blind. Casse. One day I will learn how to touch type. Promised. One day. Yes, that's right, guys. Only mod talk, that's what it is. I have to spend my money on tinfoil. I could not afford a phone contract anyways. That does add to it. Like the phone itself can get really expensive, like an iPhone. I think the new one is more like 1,000, which is crazy. The internet access is useful. It's nice. Like, yeah, it is. 200 plus companions. This Frens mod will be published in 2019. I hope so. I hope so. Right now, what I will do to publish it, I will publish it with all the pets. The pets are ready to go. The 3 companions that have their randomized location, and then I will add the companions that already have some sort of a quest. I will add them. So the mod will start with the 30 plus pets, the 30 vanilla NPCs, of course, This is something that already existed and I'm not changing it. If you look at the combat NPCs, of course, there's all the ones that added, but then there's these guys. These are NPCs that are connected to miscellaneous quests, and once you finish the miscellaneous quest, Rasha is the one that wants you to deliver the shirts, High Desires is the one in Saran, the escaped slave, Derek Biel, I don't remember him. Is he the one in Saran as well? I think he's the one in Saran as well. So once you complete that quest, one of these two can become a companion for you. So there's already a number of vanilla NPCs that you can already recruit, and they already have a quest because it's the vanilla quest, and once you've sorted out, you can have them with you. So these are good to go, ready to ship. Then from my companion, I want to put 3, 1 combat, 1 mage, 1 stealth. And then I will ship the mod as it is. And then gradually I can add 3 companions at a time. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Otherwise, I'm gonna sit on this one for, yeah, 2019 at least. Yes. I hereby grant you my Friends and Friends mod. Finish it in your lifetime or pass it on to someone else. I am adding extra instructions in the dialogue. I know that those things can break immersion, but at the same time, if I don't write it there, people are gonna say, well, she said she would do bandages for me, but then she doesn't, your mod is broken. So I'm going to spell it out there. Use the need anything topic to get a bandage every day. Full stop. Close the bracket. There we go. Once she said that, we get the journal topic number 1. Which I might need to change because we've added the spells and things. Yes. I wonder what skill she has. This is not good. Arya can blind my enemies, but also provide bandages to heal my wounds. That's not exactly what bandages do, but language. Lineage. Lineage, yeah, that the word itself is shared by French. But it might be more like a Latin thing than a French thing. So you want to know how thick lattice fur is? It is this thick. It is so thick that I can have my fingers and you can't see them. Sorry, Ketan, it's hard to resist you. Like, you know, if I'm working and he's just there, I can't forget him for a second, but I look at the chat and Latte, you see, that's how it is. I look at the chat and Latte is right next to it. So it's really hard to ignore him, okay? Okay. Next thing, we want her to go, I'm not sure what to do. Now, usually what I've done to introduce quest is use my conversation topic because it's a topic that is added by this mod, and so there's no conflict. But if I use the conversation topic right now, it means that the player would have to... Where are you, conversation? There. If I use the topic right now, it means that from the moment I get to level 5 and I want her to say, oh, what should I focus on? The player will have to think to try the conversation topic, and that doesn't work. So I think it's better to make that a greeting. So we're there. And we're here, where by the end of it, we will either have that or that. And we will either give her a new spell, the silence spell, or add the dialogue topic for heal us. Is he awake at night because he's sleeping during the day? No, not at all. He's really nice at night. Okay, I am a sound sleeper. I'm really, really lucky that way. But he doesn't come on the bed in the middle of the night. He doesn't come early in the morning and meow in your ear because he's hungry and he wants food right now. He usually, we have a cat feeder that we programmed. Again, a cat feeder? Like, can't you pour the food for your cat? How lazy are you? Pretty lazy, first of all, is the answer. That's one thing. And then the other thing, by having a cat feeder that makes the food available at given times, when he's hungry, he waits for the cat feeder. He doesn't ask us. You see what I mean? So in the morning at 7 o'clock, there's a cat feeder. He goes and eats, and then he comes and say hello in the bed. And that's the time I need to get up. It's fine. No, I didn't, Max. No. Anyway, he's really quite nice. Doesn't bother us at night. Or I sleep through it, which is the same thing, right? And in the morning, 7 o'clock. That's it. Alright, so this is what we want to do. Obviously, this will have to be removed and edited, but I like to put notes of what I want to do, especially when we're talking and chatting and petting the cat. If I don't write things down, I'm just going to forget about them. If you want something to run like it's high on speed, you can get a dog. Mine, if I don't play with him, sleeps through the day, occasionally walking around, and then activates at night. I'm not surprised. I think that, I don't know, like, I mean, right now he's sleeping and it's still really, really hot. And look at that, stretching. This is how you use all your energy. Stretch your whole body. It's really, really energy consuming. And then there's the ear twitching and all that. Well, hello, Kitan. Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, now what does Arya say? This is where she questions her life choices. Say. Do you think I am a good healer? At that point, by the way, she does nothing to heal apart from giving bandages. You're on your wait list, no problem. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, you know that. Enjoy your Sunday, what's left of it, at the very least. Stop petting the cat. Do you think I am a good healer? Maybe my mother was right. I should be a witch. I didn't lie to you when I said my dialogues are super dry, but that's it. The bandages are actually potion ingredients. Which, you know, first of all, let me see, actually. They are potions, which means the way you use it, you drop it on your character. I think that's really fine. That's fine. So I don't mind that. Where are you, alchemy? Eyes, not working alchemy. They're not scripted. So it could be that when you use it, it does a potion sound. So be it. So be it. I can live with that. And not only that, but if it was an ingredient, that's another thing, Joseph. With the ingredient, you actually need to have the code patch to actually have the effect, the first effect of the ingredient. And for the dryness of the dialogue, like when it's the dialogue, when it's the NPC talking, I think they should have a flavor, a personality and everything, but I can't do that. However, I don't feel guilty whatsoever about the rather dry and to the point journal entries, because this is the voice of the player. And I don't know how, you know, who the player is, what race, what class, what they've done so far. So these, I'm perfectly happy with them being descriptive and a little dry, because then the player is supposed to, you know, put the punctuation on that when they write. However, when it's NPC dialogue, it should have a little more than that to be interesting. But then again, there's 200 NPCs. No. No. And I still have that secret, not so secret because I've told you, but once I have the characters, export what they say so that anyone reading gets, you know, what is their background and what happens to them and everything, and then rewrite this with a particular tone and a particular voice. Oh no, my cat. My cat has no head and very thick thighs. Poor Latte. Oh, if you disturb him, now that's not gonna be good. Everybody can see your knee.
You want to move the camera so they don't? I take my privacy very seriously.
But that means cutting Latte's ears. You don't really want that, do you? What is more important, a tiny corner of your knee or Latte's ears? Latte's ears. Yeah, they get their background. They some of them have their own weapon, and if you talk to them, you know, if you take the weapon and you talk to them, they say, hang on, that's mine, give it back. Which I count as a quest, as a quirk, as a personality trait. There shall be no cut face. Latte is too cute to be cut. I think Latte's life is pretty good. Though you'd get your sleep interrupted all the time because I gotta pet you, I gotta pet you. But yeah, it's not the worst of lives, I assume. Alright. Sorry, so sorry. Sorry, get down. Didn't mean to startle you there. There we go, there we go. Yes, yes, yes. Say, do you think I am a good healer? Maybe my mother was right. I should be a witch. Alright. This is where we get the first choice. Choice. Healers can do a lot of good and earn the respect of people. Just keep at it. That's our first option. Or, as a witch, you would be able to control people and be feared. No, that's just too long. You would be powerful and feared. This way, I'm hoping, you know, if the player is like, I'm role-playing somebody good, I'm gonna recommend that she does things for good. If I'm role-playing somebody evil, I would tell her that she needs to be powerful and oh. No, Latte, you're showing your butt. So you wanted to know how big Latte is? It's so big he doesn't fit. He doesn't fit on the camera. I can show you a full body Latte. That's how it is. Quieta. Why are we not allowed to see Outer Saxony when we saw his face before? I think once for 2 seconds, maybe. That was a really rare moment, really special. But the knee is even more special. You thought the face was special. The knee? You can't even imagine. Alright, we have two options. Healers can do a lot of good and earn the respect of people. Just keep at it. As a witch, you would be able to control people. You would be powerful and feared. And this can only happen once we've asked her about her background and we know the whole witch healer story. What I like to do is I like to actually copy it so that when I go function choice 1, I see there the dialogue that takes me here. Salut, je vois que tu es française, tu ne streams qu'en anglais. Ouais. Je fais les streams qu'en anglais parce que dans mon cerveau, il n'y a pas de connexion entre le jeu Morrowind. Je ne sais pas parler de jeux vidéo en français. Voilà, c'est ça la vérité. Donc voilà. Et là, si j'essaye d'expliquer ce que je fais en français, ça va être horrible, ça va être plein d'anglicismes. Ouais. Donc, c'est en anglais. And now everybody just write down what I said. It was actually a little dictation to test your level of French. Go. May I suggest an answer option for the asshole narrator? Yeah, go ahead, Seventh Monday. Absolutely. Chat, if you have an idea, an answer, just put it in the chat. I will happily copy, paste it, and put it there. We could not understand her if she streamed in English. You would not understand me if I streamed in English. That's a problem. That's a problem, Marks. Turn undead for healer? I don't know. Oh, hang on. Turn undead for healer. Oh. For me, turn undead is more a priest thing. It's a priest power rather than a healer thing. So I wouldn't. I'm actually pretty pleased that I'm able to understand what Danae said. So I guess my French is okay. It's not that bad. Yes, I only understand your gibberish. Perfect. Perfect, because gibberish is only what I can talk, especially when I've already been talking for almost 7 hours straight. and I only have really sweet coffee at my disposal, and it is still, behold, fancy watch, it is still 28 degrees outside. No, I meant my decade-old French from college. That's good. Like, to remember things. I did Spanish for 6 years. This is pathetic. I did Spanish for 6 years at school as a compulsory language. I'm not able to say, I can't, like, apart from hola, ¿qué tal? There we go. Vamos a la playa. Yeah. Yeah. That's pathetic. That's completely pathetic. So to actually remember and understand things from a language you've learned in high school for a few years, hat off, like really hat off. I had half a year of French in school. I barely understand anything she says in French, only very basic things. It's better than nothing. In D&D, the class that heals gets turned undead. For Morrowind in universe, I guess it depends on the character use of conjuration and their skill. Yeah, I think it's more a how I decided to understand things. Like a priest will be able to banish undead and should be able to banish Daedra, so it's not a thing in Morrowind, I think. Have healing magic, you know, granted by whatever god they represent. A healer might have some magic, but you know, a healer is more like a doctor, like that understands the body and understands the wounds and how to treat them and the diseases as well. Even though in the games it's still usually a spell or a potion, like there's not many different ways to heal and restore health. So her I see more as a healer that used restorative magic to be able to turn undead. You need to have dominion over the undead somehow. Either you have it as a person because you're a necromancer, or you have it as a person because you are channeling divine power. That's how I make the difference, especially when in Morrowind there is no proper cleric. That is something that I actually miss. Cleric is not my favorite class in a, you know, D&D or D&D type fantasy thing. There is no cleric in Morrowind. There's a crusader. Do crusaders have restoration? I think they do. Let's find out. Crusader have restoration as a minor. So we don't have a cleric, you know, the one in heavy armor with a mace and a shield, but also channeling divine power. We don't have that. We just don't. Did I miss Cliffy's sound, or is the command dead? I heard the Cliffy. I heard it. It could be that with the music and my sweet, sweet voice, you couldn't hear it. But I promise you, I heard it. This spell on caster works only for summoned ones. Oh, I'm not the only one hearing it. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm not losing it. So where is that line for the Nerevarine answer? I'm assuming you mean that? Okay, choice one. When you say healers can do a lot of good and earn the respect of people, just keep at it. The answer, have you heard of Hippocrates, the famous Imperial? He once said, anyone can become a healer. Hell, Elf, Khajiit, Nord. No one need more time, but still, so keep up the good work. It's quite long though to go in a choice. I love the fact that you introduce a character and everything. I think okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the second part of it. Here's what I did. First option, the supportive one. You can do a lot of good, keep at it. And that gives you, sorry, we should be down there. This is where my choice is. And that will take you to the next one. You can say anyone can become a healer, elf, Khajiit, Nords need more time, but still. So keep up the good work, girl. And you see, this will lead to the same answer. So you, as a player, you can choose to be mean about it or not, but that will be the same thing. As a witch, you'll be able to control more people, be powerful and feared. Okay, this is option 1, where we had option 1, you get there from any of those lines. And she says, you're right, friend. I have been getting better at restoring health. You can ask me to heal us anytime. And heal us is going to be my new topic. Anyone can become a healer, maybe not Nord. Lucky she's not a Nord, so there's that. Guys, I need a tiny break. I need the bathroom, to be perfectly honest. I'm not going to give you any more details than that, but I'm going to give you a little game of, you know what, Jenga. I'll be here in 3 minutes, okay?
Here we go. Money talk.
We did it! Just on time too. Only 7 seconds left. Okay, bye bye Jenga. I don't know that you can actually see the cat. Just a mass. A fluffy grey mass. Slightly less poor. There you go. There you go. Progress. Okay, where were we? We say healer can do a lot of good and earn the respect. Anyone can become a healer. Just keep at it. You're right, friend. I have been getting better at restoring health. You can ask me to heal us anytime. And this, I'm gonna make that a new topic. Or, because this could be a little OP, right? Because you can say, heal us, heal us, heal us, heal us until you're fully healed. That wouldn't be fun in terms of gameplay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to change that a little bit. I can cast a spell instead of giving you bandages. Yeah. All right. Meaning that now journal AAFF area, we have picked the healer option, which is 10. I'm gonna go back to my need anything topic. The line is mean and racist, but she's not the target. I don't really want to make her a Nord. Alright. Here's what I can do. She could be a Nord. Why not? It's just Breton, witch, healer. Sort of makes sense. It would make a logical career path. But if I go to my NPCs, these are my guides. We have a shit ton of Bretons. 3, 6, 9, 10. More than 20. It's really hard to count without. We have almost as many Bretons as we have Dunmers, which is not extremely balanced, to be honest. Now, the number of Nords and the number of Bretons is roughly the same. And there. So there's a bit more Bretons, but like if there was a serious lack of Nord, I would consider changing her. But I am not changing it right now. Alright, now I'm gonna go back to my need anything topic. This was hers from the beginning. Now no, but I know the problem. I get back, that's the same problem I had at the beginning. The problem I have is now, if I say 10 or more, if I pick the witch option, no, that doesn't work. In fact, it doesn't work with the need anything topic. It doesn't work for any topic. Okay, 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 okay. It doesn't work for any topic. What I need to do is create a local. A local variable. Which actually might be useful. Hear me out, guys. I'm gonna make a new local. I've already added those, but never mind. Short. Let's go FF Quest progress. All right. Maybe just short FF quest is enough. Okay, I create that local. That means that all of my companions have that, which means I could possibly use it for other companions as well. It's a local, so it will only apply to the NPC. Yeah, I think I will do that. Copy, save, stealth. I'll add it as well. I don't know if I need it. Honestly, if I don't need it, it's one more line in the script. It's not going to slow down my game, I don't think, okay? Maybe somebody more knowledgeable can tell me I'm wrong. Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to try and remember things properly. You have your quest. It's not going to be there just yet because I created it. I think I need to reopen it. So now I will be able to track how far she is in the quest without using the journal entries. So, didn't I create that? Why isn't my global here? Oh, it's FF quest. I was looking for an AA. Why did I put FF instead of AA? Okay, that's because I was looking for the wrong one. Dom. I think those companions are all in Friends and Foes. Yeah, yes and no. The companions already exist as an add-on for Friends and Foes, but they are non-issues and they are things that I want to improve, so this is going to be the new standalone version. Among other things, I've given the NPCs a facelift. I have done some minor tweaks to the script. I'm adding the dialogues and what else? The quests. That's it. So that each of the companions feels a little more special compared to the others. So my new function is not AA anything, it's FF. There it is. Alright, now we're gonna have to do a number of things. This line will appear when I talk to Arya, when we have made the choice. Actually, this is redundant. I don't need that anymore. All right. FF quest, which means healer path power 1. Healers. I think I prefer using a topic that already exists in my mod, so no conflict with vanilla, rather than create yet another topic. And also by using the need anything topic, it's once a day, which I like. And so we have that. That should work. That doesn't work though. Here we go. Let's go back to it. Now we have the conditions for that line to appear. Healers, please. That becomes option 6. And I realize, same thing, I added the choice for 5, but I didn't add the dialogue, did I? I didn't. So when talking to Arya, and it was choice 5, let me double check that, because the number could mean everything. 1, something to eat, 2 to drink, 3 better, 4 useful, 5 a bandage. So when talking to Arya and we pick choice 5, what we get is something similar to that. But the item we are adding is there a difference in value between the two? Cost is right here. No, they're exactly the same. And I've already checked, they're equally powerful. There we go. Okay. Does no one else, to be fair, you're not wrong. There are 3 people that, to my knowledge, that use this prefix. There's myself, there is Emma, but Emma is not modding Morrowind anymore. I don't think she's modding Skyrim even. Emma is not modding anymore. And there is Enclave Killer. So it's happened a couple of times. I was like, hang on, we've used the same thing. So yes, there's 2 of us using AA, but I don't want to change now. I have like 70 mods, give or take. Flex. I have 70 mods, give or take, and I don't want to have a different prefix across different mods, and I don't want to go back and change all of them either. So AA it is. And also I've been modding for a long time, and it's been AA for a long time. That's what it is. All right. So now we have choice 5. When we say, give me a bandage, we get a bandage, and this is set to 1, meaning that we can't ask for something immediately. All right, what does she say? Here you go. For example, that's something she says. 70, it's not a ton, and like some of them, like Friends and Foes is a huge mod. Okay, there's 7,000 NPCs, and I didn't even, like, they were created manually, I renamed all of them individually to make sure there would be no conflict with other mods. It was a big endeavor creating the level list. Here they are, you can see them. All of these going. There we go. All of these are level lists that I created for friends and foes, and it's later on when I upgraded wares and I was like, you know what, I can use those lists to give wares to any NPC. Doesn't have to be friends and foes. Now, creating the list in themselves is not that complicated. What does take a lot of time is to say, okay, arrows, at what point do I say an arrow is cheap, enchanted, or best? So for each of them, I like to go, okay, if it's an arrow that is worth 1 gold, it's a cheap arrow. If it's an arrow that's worth 2, it's medium, and more than that, it's best. I don't even remember how I decided, okay? And then you go, okay, arrows, cheap, let's go. We're going to weapons. Where are you, weapons? There. And I want all the arrows, and I sort them all by value. And then I go and say, okay, none of you. And here we go. I want all of you. None of them is enchanted. None of them is scripted. Continue to the next arrow. You. Oh, your value 2 already. Stop. Put that in the first list and then do the same for every single list. So I have been looking at the list of weapons, clothes, miscellaneous items, and everything. Yeah. Like adding items to those see, I'm tired just thinking about it. Adding items to those lists was time consuming. It's not hard. Like, none of my mods are hard to do. Anyone who wants to put the time to do that mod can do that with minimum modding knowledge. But it does take a lot of time. That is true. And then I went with the TR, and then with the OAAB, and then with every mod that has a wares version. That's what I did. Always looking for and then checking, but hang on, is it used in a quest? Is it enchanted? If it's scripted, is it unique? Yeah. So manual filtering, that's what it was. So that took a lot of time. So friends and foes, wares, very big mods in terms of how much time it took months to do each of them. Like months, like 6 months. But then I have some smaller mods that are just that, like mods that I didn't even do myself, essentially. If you look at my lucky loot, there we go. No! Lucky loot, this mod consists of a single main lure. That's what it is. Okay, that's what it is. I did not write this. I went to the Discord and say, guys, is it possible to have, because the level lists are listed. Ooh, getting tired. Pathetic. A lot of the level lists, like vanilla level list, this is all TR level list. Okay. These are leveled. So if you're level 2, you're gonna get one of those. If you're level 5 or more, you're gonna get one of those. You can get any of those. That's what it is. And the way I said, okay, but if I'm really lucky, but I'm level 2, could I get the better loot? So essentially, I needed a code that would trick the game into thinking that my level is higher because my luck is higher. And Null Cascade and Runjdam, both of them, they were like, oh yeah, we can do that. And so I don't remember, I think Null wrote the first code, and then Runjdam modified it, and I was like, okay, thank you guys. I copied it, I, you know, put it there, I tested it, and then I made the page. So that mod, it's a mod, but it wasn't that long for me to make. I probably spent more time, I definitely spent more time testing the mod and making sure it worked as expected, and then creating the page than making it, because I didn't make it. There's a prolific Morrowind modder called JMK. That is very, very true. Yeah. Yeah, do change it. Do change it. Like, it's true that his mods are not on the Nexus, so a lot of people just sort of miss them, but he's been modding for a long, long time, and a lot of his mods are large quest mod, landmass mods, and they're really good. So people who know of him, I'm saying him, I should say them because I don't really know. People who know of them are gonna get the mods. They're not as well known. But yeah, something different. It's not JMK. JK? MK? I mean, MK is Kirkbride, so no. Go, like, people will go, MK? Is Kirkbride modding secretly? So change it before you have too many mods, and then you would have to compete for that. Yeah. There we go. More. Ooh, thank you, Elian. All right, back to this. We have this. Now I need to do the option 6. And this is where, oh, this one is gonna be tricky. It is where the NPC casts a spell at the player. I'll have to check the, where will I check that? Stand still. This will only take a few seconds. If I look at the shrine script, there. I think this is the line that I need. Cast the name of the spell at the player. I don't have a spell yet, so let's create that. Spell making, here we go. And it is a touch spell. Honestly, I'm gonna make that, actually I already have that. Area heal 1, that's the healer spell. And this is what I decided to do. Should cast a parry. That stand still. You stupid Nord. That would be fun. That would be fun. I wish that was easy to code or script, because I would, yeah, just like that, shaking my hand, I reached my movement goal. Love this watch. Makes me feel good about myself. And there was light. How you doing, Kitan? There's movement in the living room. There could be food. There could be toys that move. It's too hot to move. Okay, do we think that this is too powerful for something that is cast once a day? Because it's through dialogue, we're gonna do that. Essentially, it heals 50 hit points. It's once a day. It's a proper heal. Maybe you could do with get PC position or something. I haven't modded Morrowind in ages. That sounds complicated. I wonder if NPC or creature cast handles magicka. The cast spells and the target. I think this is good. We'll find out very quickly. Now I'm making this a large area. The idea is by this it will heal me, it will heal her, and if I have other companions around me, it will heal them as well. If I try to do that in the middle of combat with my enemies attacking me, it will heal them too, so don't. I like that. Journal. Area. So I need to change that. Here we said from level 1 she does that. When she's asked me, Aria confessed that she was unsure what path to follow, that of the healer or the witch. I suggested she would be able to do more good as a healer. Aria seemed to agree, as she pointed out. She could heal us. She could heal our party. I think I made a mod that gives either the Mace of Molag Bal or the Vampiring Ring 1 point of Magicka Restore, permanent effect, if you are an undead vampire. You did that through script, I would assume, which you could add if it's once a day and only unlock once you progressed as a healer. It won't heal herself with an extra. I think it will heal her. Yeah, Restore Magicka might be a little OP, I agree. I'll change that by removing it altogether. You know what? We call it a healing spell. 50 hit points is a fair heal, I think. I'm feeling generous. I'm going to 30. That's it. No more. You're right. You're completely right, Izzy. There. Thank you. A script that checks the vampire global variable and adds the effect when you equip and removes it when you unequip. I think I remember that. It was on the Nexus. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Izzy. That certainly helps. That she could heal our party. Aria confessed that I suggested she would earn more power as a witch. Aria seemed to, as she pointed out, her skill with the silence spell. If it is once a day, it's probably not OP to include the fatigue restoration as well. I'm gonna leave it at that. Honestly, this is when we get to level 5. Normally by level 5 you have a little restore fatigue spell. And fatigue out of combat, like if I'm not in combat, it's easy to stand still for a few seconds to restore my fatigue. So I'm happy to leave it like that. Alright, we've done that, we need that. As in... here. We have choice, we have the first two choices, they point out to the same answer, where we get the journal to 10, we have the local, so we get the need anything heal us topic 1, we don't need more. Now we're gonna do choice 2. and I decided it would be silence on target for 10 seconds. I think that's fine. Okay. Now what does she say? The first Morrowind YouTuber streamer I saw actually wait real time to restore magic. That's what magic fatigue. That's what I do as well. Oh, I'm the only one? Sorry, you were talking about me. I was like, yeah, I do the same. I do the same thing as me. I don't know, that feels... Yeah, it's true. I have a mod, which I really like. What is it called? Sneakers. Here's the one that I have. Sneakers. It's a mod by Tizo, but he put together Kyriel's Take a Breather. So what happens? I don't do that. And maybe I never use that feature. Gain a sneak attack bonus. Sneak is your weapon. Sneak with your weapon out for 10 seconds without getting hit. And you get a guaranteed attack. That's neat. I never used that. Maybe I did and I didn't realize. But this is what I don't use the sprint either. This is what I use. And I roleplay that as I'm catching my breath. Like, you know, you put your hands on your knee like that and you sort of go. So when I do that, I cannot be in combat, I cannot have my weapon drawn, I cannot be detected while sneaking, and my health, magicka, and stamina restore faster. Which could be a cheat, but again, I've said that a few times. As far as I'm concerned, doing this to restore faster while doing absolutely nothing else, really catching my breath, I feel is more immersive than running out of the dungeon, resting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours until I get full health, and then come back inside and finish the job. For me, that is gimmicky, that is gamey, that's not immersive. Even though that's the way you do it in vanilla because of how it is. So I use that mod and I don't regret it, and I'm not sorry. I like that. But even if I didn't have it, that would work for the fatigue. You just stand still for a little while. That's all it takes. And I think it fits with role playing. Like, you're too tired to run, you stop running. You're out of breath, you just stop and you catch your breath. So what does Arya say when I tell her, as a witch, you would be able to control people, you would be powerful and feared? You're right, friend. I've been getting better at silencing my enemies. Soon I will be able to cripple anyone who stands up to me, who confronts me. Smee. What? You don't do that? Confronts me? You're right, friend. I have been getting better at silencing my enemies. Soon I will be able to cripple anyone who confronts me. We go 11, which is the witch's path, and she gets the spell, which is the silent spell. Your Morrowind anniversary book was linked on some high-profile website for a few days after I released it. Maybe. I mean, a few days after I released it, I saw that it was... But that was like a few weeks after we released it. It was on the... crap, I forgot the name. The nerd news, geek news, what's the...
Hacker News.
Hacker News. That was close. Latte, we can't see you. I know you're cute and everything. Sorry, that's mine. Yeah, no, I'm not pulling it. There we go. Ye Combinator? I don't know that at all. That's the name
Say
of...
again? Y Combinator is the Hacker News.
Oh, that's Hacker News. Okay, so I knew about that. I just didn't know it's Y Combinator. And I did not remember it was Hacker News either, mind you. And actually, when it was there, I did see a spike in traffic on the page. Okay, she has the spell, and I don't need to do anything with that. And we are here. So we've got this and this. No, we don't. No, we don't. I forgot a condition. Duh. Here, I did put a condition that we have to have asked her about her background, but there's another one. Is it a global? PC? No, it's not a global. It's a function. This only happens at PC level 5 or more, obviously. So we'll have to have spent some time with her, and we'll have to have kept her alive for a time before that happens. And you might be thinking, oh, but that's like 5 levels from level 1 to level 5. That's a long time, and nothing is going to happen in between. Which is not wrong entirely. However, within the script for all the spellcasters already, there is, as you train them, no, that's the basic one. As you train them, where are you? This is where they get their level. NPC skill increase when they level up. They get their skills improved, including magic skills for her. There are some special abilities. There we go. There we go. Found it. So once you have trained any magic type companions from Friends and Foes or Friends and Friends or CM partners, this I didn't write, obviously. But as she gets to level 10, is it? Do we know what level? Oh no, this is the general thing. No, that's not it. It doesn't show me the spells that they get. Did I pass it? This is improving their skills. This is improving their level. This is training them. They all get water walking and levitating. Ah, no, that's not it. Bummer. When they level up the magic one, they get a better recharge spell. They do get abilities, but I don't remember them. Where do I see them? Is it in the dialogues once you've trained them? Maybe? This is where they ask me to train them. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's done. I was looking in the script, but it's actually handled through dialogue. So with a mage type character, once they get to level 5, they all get, oh wow, it's quite similar to, I mean, it's different because these are spells that they cast on their own. They all get blind, barrier, and restore health for the party. A warrior that gets to level 10 gets the warrior training which is a fortify attack. It's not crazy. That's a bit weak, isn't it? I mean, it's like having the warrior birth sign. Arachnid Soul, hello, welcome on in. This is the best Elder Scrolls game, Morrowind. I agree. We're not playing it right now. Oh, you've moved around. Guys, you didn't tell me that Latte was playing hide and seek with you again. Hello, get down. Your little mouse. Where's your little mouse? Poor thing. You should see. This one is that. Okay. There you go. This one is new, but you should see the previous one that it's got. It's basically just a shell, a bitten and chewed plastic shell. There's nothing else around it. Yes, that's it. The best Elder Scrolls game is the construction set. The construction set is actually so bad, let's be honest. A little by instance, you know, a couple hundred mods. 100 mods? Yeah. Quite a few. Some good kernel and gameplay rebalancement. You don't actually need to have over 30 mods. I actually agree. You don't need to have tons of mods. Especially if you have open Morrowind, like open MW, that is going to have some built-in quality of life improvement. You might want to throw in a texture pack because you want higher definition. Why not? But you don't need much more. Exactly, Variel. There's a big difference between what isn't needed and what we can get and therefore want. So I'm thinking this warrior training, when a warrior companion gets to level 10, they get plus 10 fortify attack. Doesn't that feel weak? Like when you're level 1 and you choose the warrior birth sign, you get plus 10 fortify attack. It feels quite weak. The healing type, okay, they get extra healing and restore magicka and a bolt. That's for the thief type. They get agility training. What do you do? Agility training. It's a lot, basically a 10% chance to hit the enemy. It's that powerful. Fine, we'll leave it at that then. Where are you? Agility training. Sanctuary 10. Yeah, that's fine. So, companions. Bye, Latte.
You might just stare at the mouse. No.
Yeah, it's playing now. Who was saying that the cat was sleeping all the time and doing nothing? Untrue. It applies to all weapons. I thought for a while it only applied to hand or something. Fine, thank you for the precision. I'll leave it at that. So companions already get extra abilities or powers and things like that. I've turned off the camera, so if he wants to run and be free. Fine, he's being cute again. Yeah, okay. You see that big cheek? Sometimes he's got so much fluff on his cheeks that it sort of closes his eye. Must be unbearable, Latte.
To be this cute.
The big cheeks. There we go. Nice small face. You okay, Petal? Right, modding, focus, concentrate. So anyway, giving Arya some more specialized spells, end to end as well, okay. It's not like there's nothing else happening with her. She does get extra skills and stuff. Maybe we should try to test all of that. What did you say, guys? Like, we've done not much of her quest. I want to do... Really, I want to do one more time. One more time where she goes, okay, what should I do? And also looking at those dialogues, they get extra abilities at level 5 and 10. So I'm gonna try to switch things around a little bit. Easy, yes. Yes, because that is part of CM partners already. Essentially, I can show you that. Where are you? Books. I have a bunch of books. Did I clean them? That's different. That's when you buy the pets. Oh, CM. I haven't changed the ID. So there are those scrolls right there. And they are all in a level list. And then all of my companions have the random birth sign. So when you start the game, Gris is going to get a random scroll for a birth sign, and then through the script, if you say what is your birth sign, he's going to be able to tell you my birth sign is the warrior, which means I have plus 10 to fortify attack. You're attacking my hand? Well, not a toy. You know that. So yes, they do have a birth sign. There would be a conflict if you have Abbott's mod that gives a birth sign to absolutely every single NPC in the game. What is the name of it? Yeah, this one. Because at the beginning of the game, it gives a birth sign to absolutely every single NPC. Talk to the follower once I start following. Okay, there is no event for I follow, so I'm using activate. Fine. So that could possibly conflict. I must say I haven't tested it. It's one of the few mods that I am not using due to the fact that I always found that NPCs using their racial powers was annoying me, and I was like, I don't want them to get birth sign powers on top of it, so I did not install it. But my companions do get a birth sign, and I'm okay with them using sanctuary or whatever because they're with me, they're on my side. Ooh. You're waking up slowly, right? The only thing is, because it's random, this guy is a smuggler. He could get, I don't know, the apprentice birth sign, which would be quite useless to him. But you know, you don't choose the day you were born. It's only in Morrowind you go, I was born under the sign of... they can't use powers without MCP NPC using the power option. Probably. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I haven't tried it. So the best way to know would be to, try it. All right. Are we ready to test this thing? Almost. I'm going to place Arya in Seidanin because we're testing, so we don't need her to be somewhere in the middle of the Graceland or something. Yes, what is it? Oh, and we're gonna try, because I've done those a long time ago, and I think I did test, but let's get a pet trainer as well. Like this guy. This lady, sorry. I see the boob sticking out. And now it's gone. Bye, Latte. That's because you didn't send him treats, so he's like, I'm out of here. Who can blame him? Okay. Let's try that. Let's see. I better get some pen and paper, and because I'm sure there's gonna be things. Like, there's always something when doing quests, but when doing quests and petting the cat and chatting at the same time. Yeah, and oh, these were my notes yesterday when you can't really see, when I was brainstorming, and I like the idea of making events with other NPCs, sort of interact with your companion. So maybe we can think of something later on, like when doing the quest for Cloud Cleaver. Is that the name of the axe with the Nord? The naked Nord near Caldera? Like, I would like to do, if you have Arya with you when you do that quest, depending on what you do, something happens. The difficulty with that is that we can check if our companion is following you. But whether... Are you starting or you're not? I was not really paying attention to what's happening. It feels like I'm stuck there. Let's try again. Or maybe I can even... You see this? Prof, if you're still around. Cloud Cleaver, thank you. Can anyone guess which mod I was testing with this save? Dating from 2020 to 28th of December. It was... Yes, I have changed that. It was when we were doing Pimp My Shrine with Prof Armitage, Murlord, Melchior, and Zero Fox. So this is Akul, but I've already done his quest. So you stay here, Akul. Thank you. Ooh, speed 400. You feel it. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to do Let's Be Friends. Oh, sorry. I mean, Let's Be Friends. I could no longer stay at home. My mother was making life unbearable. There was nothing that I could do. Is that a single space or a double space? Could be a double space. She's a Mabrigash. Like, you will find her hanging with some of the Mabrigash. Come on, Mabrigash specialize in restoration and destruction. So, alright. Background, let's check for double space. Use the need anything. The thing is, the need anything topic is not there yet. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Oh no, I'm already level 5. That's normal. That's normal. I'm already level 5, so that's normal that she would say that. But greeting, I see option 2, I have a space. Which we don't want. Healers can do a lot of good and earn the respect of people. Just keep at it. Anyone can become a healer. Elf Khajiit knows in more time, but still, keep up the good work, girl. As a witch, let's go with that. You're right, friend. I have been getting better at silencing my enemies, and I will be able to throw in one who confronts me. Yes, she wants to be trained. That's because my level is pretty high. So the way the training works, by the way, you don't have shoes. I mean, I know you're a Mabrigash and all, but she has boots, but she's not good enough to wear them. That's pretty good for her. I did not give her enchanted clothing. I gave her vanilla clothing, but because I have dripped installed and the person chance of having an enchanted item is high because I was testing it, so she gets something enchanted thanks to drip, and that works pretty well for her, doesn't it? Do I have shoes for you? There you go. Take my shoes. I'll take your boots. This is fair. This is fair. And yes, the need anything topic is not there. I have the meat somewhere, but I don't have the need anything topic. Now, is it because I mucked up what I added? Or because it's not there? It should be there. Take me back to Aku. No, need anything. It looks like I've mucked it up. I know. Oh! I've used it. I was going to say, I know it works. I've used it. I've used it. You can only use it once a day. But it's still not there. What about you, buddy? You have it? No. So maybe I did muck something up. This is her leveling up. Normally, maybe when she gets to level 5, she's learned new spells. Thank you. Okay, goodbye. Now, I had forgotten that CM partners. That is not good for me, guys. Because CM partners, the default spells that you get for a mage type character is a heal and a blind. And that's exactly what I gave her. Not happy. Not happy. And then if I look at the other options, cure, she doesn't know it yet. Yeah, like, I don't know about the Mabrigash worshipping Sithis. I don't really buy this. For me, I mean, again, this is how I decided things are. For me, a Mabrigash is an Ashlander woman that was cast out either because she did something terrible, or, and I think that's more often the case, because they were a little more too powerful. Like, as an Ashlander, you cannot be an Ashcan, you cannot be an anything. You can be possibly the wise woman, but the wise woman is not powerful. Like, she has visions and people listen to her, but she's not powerful. So my own lore is that a Mabrigash has been banished simply because she did not follow the rules, as in she can be a herder, she could be a hunter, possibly she could be a wise woman if she has the skill, but she cannot be powerful and want power and want things like that. So I think it's more like some of them could be evil. I'm not saying some of them might be using foul magic to drain men's essence and blah blah blah. I think they were just making the male Ashlanders uncomfortable. That's my lore. So the cities, yeah. The thing easy with that is because there's 3 types: combat, magic, stealth. And so magic sort of includes the everything. And in the spellcasters, between the healers, the clerics, the illusionists, the summoners, and everything, so these are sort of, they give you 3 spells and one of them should match for your character. So being a magic type companion, they will get better heal, even though they might be just like a mage, a pure mage, or they can get blind, which is more like a mage, even if they are the class healer. But anyway, that ruins my my plan, doesn't it? It does. Is that how it is? Am I doing this right? I think I am doing this right. She got to level 5. Let's get her to level 10. I want to see what she gets next. Because if I change my story and I give her different spells or different powers, and they happen to be what she gets at level 10, Recharge Magicka, Cure Party, Force Bolt. Is she not leveling up anymore? She's level 10. I'm level 20. There we go. Crap, my whole story just falls... Oh. I did not remember the spells that companions, magic companions get by default. And they're essentially the spells that I want to give her. I could change the first blind that she gets for silence. Okay, we get Restore Party, Summon Daedroth, Command Creature, Second Barrier. This is for level 15. I really like the way of leveling up the companions. Usually with companions you have 2 possible things. Either they don't level up. That's the case for MCA companions. So I'm pretty sure in the past they used to level up with you. It's only the more recent version, I think, where they don't level up with you. Or your companions, when you sleep, the script checks to see if they have the same level as you do, and if they don't, like if you were level 20 and they were level 1, they're with you, you rest, boom, they become level 20. Charge Magicka, God's Fire, and Gash Spirit. The Argonian is Akul, is the first companion that I've done, and he's already done. He already has his story. So with this, you have to be one level higher than them. When you do, they say, hey, you want to train me? You say yes. They have to spend a whole day with you, which can be done by just passing the time as I've done right now. And after a whole day of training with you, they get +1 level. Even if you're level 20 and they're level 1, they just go to level 2. And I really like the sense of, sure, they get better, sure, they train with you, but they don't skip from level 1 to 20 because you're already level 20 just because you sleep in the same room. Like, that makes no sense. So I've kept that, and I really like that. Guys, everything we've done today, I need to change. So what can we do? What can we do? How about she starts with nothing but what she is as an NPC. We've seen that she gets new skills at level 5, 10, 15, and 20. So whatever I do should be at level 7 and 12. You know, so it feels like there's things happening rather than 2 things happening at once. You sort of go, what now? What now? Now she's level 20. And by the way, she has a birth sign, Warrior, which is not great, but quite simply, she was given the Warrior Scroll to begin with, and so that's what it is. Hey, that's my money. I gave it to you to bribe you. You don't get to keep it. Recharge Magicka. The Recharge Magicka is something they use on their own. And I know that Restore Magicka is an effect. Oh, Joseph, you're on your way. Thank you so much for spending time with us, for telling me about ahead of the classes. I'll update that when I get round to it as soon as possible. And yeah, thank you for being there. Looking forward to your mod with not the JMK prefix, but looking forward to your mod nonetheless. I'll see you next week, probably. Have a good night. So, the Restore Magicka is OP, and it's not a good idea to give it to anyone at any point. If you remember companions like Melian's Healer Companion comes by road, and also Julian actually. These 2 companions can cast spells only as long as they have Magicka, which is super realistic, and you have to give them potions on everything. At the same time, like, who before going in a fight is going to talk to the companion and go, you know, ability, what is your Magicka? It is 20. Oh, okay, drink a potion. Here we go. No, here's a potion. Like, it's just too much tedium before starting a fight. And that's when you know the fight is coming and you're getting ready for it. Sometimes, as often the case for me, I see a Nyx Hound in the distance and I'm looking at it. There's I can show you the Nyx Hound in the distance. Oh, I'm in the game. I cannot show you the Nyx Hound in the distance. There. There's a Nyx Hound in the distance. You see the Nyx Hound in the distance, and you don't see the 3 bandits that come, you know, to your left or to your right. That happens to me all the time. And so having to talk to your companion and check before their Magicka so that you know they will be able to fight, because without it they're useless. For me, yes, it's more realistic, it's more fair that they use and consume Magicka, but I just prefer a companion that when they run out of Magicka is going to restore their Magicka before being able to do something else. You see what I mean? Like it's always a matter, the fine balance between realism and boring and annoying. So that's how it is. I'm leaving it for now. But she's not restoring my magicka. It just means that she's able to function, you know, independently. Why are you so confused? Teralita. I really should learn to use your new name. Loathsome Misanthrope. I'm gonna go with Misanthrope. Because Loathsome, I don't think you're loathsome anyway. You should supply them with Magicka potion, which just sort of alleviate things a little bit. But I'd rather they were independent. Yes, it is more involved than not having to. It's less cheaty than automatic. But we're talking, this is a companion at level 20. You're pretty much a god by then, okay? You were born confused. Nah, I don't think so. Alright, so we go from level 1 to level 5. She's like any mage companion at level 5. She gets the new spells like any mage companion at level 7. We can add a silence and the bandages. I really like having the bandages and the silence from the beginning. But then what is the next step? The next step is a drain health for the witch aspect and for the healer aspect. Because she will get at level 15 or 20 a restore people. Oh, that's why. That I was yes, okay. Because I was talking when you see in the distance, and at the same time I saw latte, so I thought I would show you the next hound I was seeing in the distance. I don't know what to do, guys. Do I keep this idea that as she levels up you get to pick an extra spell that she gets, or do we revert back to the Mabrigash route where she talks to you and she says, are you willing to do this ritual with me? I will be more powerful, but you will be weaker. I think I have to do that. I feel bad that the only thing we've managed to do today is not not gonna be there. But hear me out. If you're a male character, she will... Oh, okay. Okay. If you're a male character, she will offer the ritual where she would get a plus 50 magicka. Like something, you know, the Mabrigash is supposed to take the essence of men, whatever that could be. She says, okay, this is what I've learned spending time with a Mabrigash. We can do a bonding ritual that will make me a more powerful spellcaster. However, you will find that you are a little less strong. The player would get a constant -5. No, but that doesn't work. Because if we go with a drain strength, your strength is just going to go down, 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 all the way to 0. And a damage strength could be... She doesn't have, but we can give it to her. We can give it to her. She's got the dress. She's got the dress. How do we do that ritual? A burden? Oh, no. I was gonna say, oh, it could be a curse. It could be a curse. Alright, let me quit that. No, that doesn't really matter. I'm with you, Easy. I really like the idea of, you know, a tit for a tat. Like, this happens, but oh, we didn't test the tamer. Oh well, that's not the point right now. I think I'm gonna go the ritual route. If the player is a male character, say, look, you're gonna get, I don't know, maybe a constant burden effect. Why not? A constant burden effect is not bad. And she gets a +5, I don't know, +50 magicka or something. If you are a female character, she says, look, I can teach you this spell. I wish I could do a spell that only works on male characters. Because, like, I would love to say, I can teach you a spell, but it will only work on male characters. Maybe that can be done with Lua. Because I like that. If you play as a female character, you learn the secrets of the Mabrigash, and you have a spell that only works against male NPCs. The problem is, like, I know how it works in Morrowind. In Morrowind, you can control whether you can cast a spell or not. But to go, when the spell hit a target, determine if the target is an NPC or a creature, and blah blah blah. Damage luck. I like damage luck. But the problem with damage luck, that's what Prof was saying. The problem when you go with the damage or the drain means you're going to go down to 0. And the damage is also going to reduce your stat until it goes down to 0. And then it can be fixed with a shrine or a restore attribute. So Prof, with the curse ring, you had to create an activator that appear behind the player, cast drain for 30 seconds to maintain the drain going on. Yeah, that's too complicated. I don't want to do that. You like my... Yes, I like them too. And my nails have gotten to a point where they can't be any longer. Like, I can't type normally, but when the nails are this long, that's even harder. I don't know how women, it's usually women, it could be men honestly, with the very long hair, how they do anything at all. Like picking up a pen, turning a page. It's a skill. I think it's a skill, and I don't care to learn it. But I'm happy with them too. We could say, here's a spell, it worked especially well against male characters, and then we'll leave it up to the player if they want to cast a spell against anything at all. Me personally, myself, I think, like if I had a spell and I was given, it's a Mabrigash spell, it's a thing that us women can cast on men, I wouldn't try to cast it on female NPCs or creatures. I think I won't go for a lure solution. I just have a spell, and the spell would be a drain life fatigue for, I don't know, 30 seconds or something. I think we'll do that. So everything we've done today needs to be undone. Yes. Yes. All that because I didn't remember the spells given to the mage companions. Does the MCP not maybe have a fix for my previous message? You can also restore attribute damage by a disease without curing the disease. No, I think if you can still have the disease, but not have your damage attributes because of it. The only real effect then is that people say you're diseased and they don't really want to talk to you. Okay, well, at least I know what I want to do with this companion. So it definitely wasn't a waste of time. Like even for the mod where we did not much. Let's see if this lady appears in Sadanin. Let's try that. Because I didn't see a creature in Sadanin. But then again, it was dark. Mmm. Cold and sweet coffee. Brilliant. I hope my coffee machine can be fixed. Preferably something that I can do myself so I don't have to get it to the shop or get somebody to come. Alright, we're looking for an NPC that has a pet. We're getting multiple Elder Scrolls music right now, it's a bit confusing. Where is my new NPC? Yes, I know you, Arya. But I did add an Imperial trainer. Like right there. Her name is Creature Tamer. Like you can't miss her. Well, apparently I have. Because Sadanin is so big. She got arrested for a public nudity. That is a very fair assumption. Like, she's not there. Oh, no. No, she should be there. I don't get it. Oh, well, I'll test that some other time. It's not important and I would like to get that companion done before doing anything else. So it's weird because she was here and she's not there. She's shy. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I know. She's got a lot going on for herself. She's naked. She has no name. It's quite sad. I will add names later on, but that might be because of the script that I got for them. Where they don't always appear depending on the time of the day. That might be why I don't see her. They are scripted to appear and disappear during the day and the night. No, it looks like daytime. Oh. Oh, I already quizzed the game. I was going to say, because I arrived at night, and the script says that she's only enabled during the day. And so, yeah, but it is the day. I waited there. Yes, I waited there, but I arrived at night. And then I waited. So it was day, but the script didn't get to do anything. If I had gone in a room, like in a different cell, and then come back outside, I think I would. Let's test that theory. I need to know. Bradren, go boom. No. Don't go boom. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. And go boom if you want. Who am I to say? Alright, we're in Sadanin. This is nighttime, so she's not supposed to be there. Go in there. And now we'll see if my theory is correct or not. Well, maybe not. It's still very confusing. I clearly remember putting a number of them right here so I could test them. Hi. Bye. Okay, well, I'll have to look into that. But one thing at a time, we need to get those 3 companions ready. And I believe we're going to call it a day. Let me double check, triple check, find out what's happening on Twitch right now. We have Verayax doing Baldur's Gate, Lelling doing Fallout. Anything happening with Morrowind? There's me. Dupes Luggins, English, playing Morrowind, and only 7 people watching. I like that. We're gonna go say hello to Duke. Hopla. Okay, alright. Well, we achieved a grand total of nothing as far as the mod is concerned. Just, you know, finding out what not to do and deciding what to do. It's progress. I'm happy with that. What do I do? Exclamation mark red or slash red? Slash raid. I'm so good. I totally mastered the raid. Guys, thank you so much for spending the last, what, 4 hours with me talking about mods and not even making mods. At some point I want to play, but I can't play until I have the mods ready. It's just a stupid thing in my head. Honestly, of all the stupid things in people's heads, it's not the worst, so I'm gonna live with it. Anyway, enjoy your Sunday and what is left of it. I'll see you next week. Actually next week my dad is visiting me. I don't know that I will be able to stream. I'll let you know actually in my Discord. You know, I always put the schedule and what's going on for that week. I'll let you know, but it's not impossible that I won't be streaming. I will try to mod and, you know, get things ready for a future stream. I'll let you know how it is. Until then, have a good time. Bye, guys.
Cavern. Oh, somebody just swinging me. Some sick here.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Hey, what's up, Danae? Is it Danae or Danae? Or something else? Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, Lonesome Misanthrope? Oh, no. Don't hurt me. Just kidding. We all know misanthropes have a bad rap. Varial, Tansy, welcome in. Welcome in. First try sounded good? Danae? Cool. Danae plays? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I'm a D-Door. Back to Morrowind. That's right. Hello, Professor Armitage.